The time is 7 p.m. It is Tuesday, June 21st, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled City Council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the City Secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell?
Here.
Rizzo?
Present.
Ellison?
Present.
Flores Kale?
Here.
Bradshaw? Here. Parsley? Here. Tobias?
Here. All right, all members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a recommendation to approve the minutes for City Council workshop meetings May 16th, special meetings May 17th, regular meeting 17th, and special meeting for June the 7th.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo that we approve the minutes as posted. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, citizen comments. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit those to either myself or the city secretary. First up, Hannah Ford.
Good evening, council members. My name is Hannah Ford, and I am speaking tonight in opposition to Agenda Item 39, which seeks to ban political signs and partisan tents at any city events. I've been an active resident of Kyle for 6 years, but I haven't always been that way. I understand that vital personal connections within our city events can have on allowing our citizens to strengthen their voice. Years ago, I was untethered from my community until I happened on a few events at Kyle Market Days, and I found bright, energetic neighbors who were using their venue to amplify their desire to connect people through civic discussion and, more importantly, helping me get my voter registration updated to reflect my new Kyle address. Since then, their passion has been contagious, and now I find myself privileged to carry forward that legacy in participating in those same voter registration tables, both at city events and in my neighborhood. For example, I staffed the Kyle Buda Area Democrats tent, which was, by the way, an inspired success for everyone involved at our past city's Juneteenth celebration. Speaking of which, I now address Councilwoman Parsley. I'm aware that it was you specifically who placed this item on the agenda. It was really good to see you at the event, just in passing. I know that we didn't really speak, but I was wondering if there's time you could perhaps give more context for the levels of discomfort that you expressed with me and my fellow community members registering people to vote at our tent. I mean, I'm a volunteer deputy registrar, and I don't ever precede my questions of, can I get you registered to vote with, wait, are you a Democrat or Republican? I'm required to register everybody, and I do so gladly. Regardless, whether or not a table is partisan or not, I worry that our communities will lose their voice and their ability to connect if these tables are banned. I also, for that matter, worry about our candidates, including those who are running for city council, about how they're going to be affected if they are not allowed to participate in city-sponsored events with political signs and campaign literature. I know that we're not ever going to agree on politics, but I believe that we can all agree that we should all be able to fully participate in civic life, including registering to vote. Whether in parades or market day events or other celebrations, they help bring us together as Americans. Americans like me and those far less privileged than me cannot and should not lose this benefit. Democracy depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Kate Mathis.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm Kate Mathis, and I'm speaking also in opposition to item 39, which seeks to ban political signs and partisan tents at any city events. I'm going to read some comments that a group of friends and I came up with, and then with my last few seconds, I'll just put in my 2 cents as not a brand new, but almost new resident of Kyle. I'm deeply concerned about how such an ordinance would restrict residents' ability to participate in civic events. I believe it could infringe on their First Amendment rights. Political parties are part of America's rich history ingrained in our civic life since our country's founding. I believe that political parties and candidates add value to our public discourse and should always be allowed to participate in civic events. For example, our Hays County Republicans and Democrats have a long history of participating in the Kyle Founders Parade. They participate with groups of area residents wearing political shirts and floats plastered with political signs. These are enjoyable events for all residents, even if they don't support whatever party's float is going by them. We gather as Americans to support their First Amendment rights to gather together and express their preferences for a party or candidates at parades and any other city-sponsored event. Partisan groups and candidates should be allowed to continue at all civic events that are open to public participation, including market days, where partisan tents would be on display. There's nothing inherently offensive or provocative about a political group staffing a vendor booth that is registering voters, providing candidate literature, and selling political merchandise. If someone doesn't like a party or candidate, they can simply walk on by and enjoy the rest of their day. So as a fairly new, I moved here about a year before COVID, locked everything down, and I don't have any family in town. I was able to meet one friend in my neighborhood at a political social event, and she became my lifeline to the world outside because she had been here for years, and she's in this room, as a matter of fact, but she was well connected with several large groups and was so supportive. We actually had porch happy hour at her house every Wednesday, and that was my mental health addition to a little bit of family. But it wasn't until just a few months ago when Omicron, I'm one of the few people I know that haven't had COVID, so I waited until Omicron had died down. That's how careful I was, and I started going to these little social events March, April, May, and then in June, I volunteered to serve in our first booth ever at the market days in Kyle at the Juneteenth celebration.
Ms. Mathis, sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I had a blast, and I love Kyle, and I don't want it to repress our citizens.
Thank you. All right, next up, Laura Lee Harris.
Yeah, that'd be me Katie's talking about. I'm here to join my friends and Plum Creek neighbors, Katie and Hannah, in opposition to item 39. As the city grows, develops, and becomes a wonderful, dynamic resource, we are watching our market square develop as well. We are watching the opportunities for public discourse blossom. And we are doing it so with great joy. I too was at the event, the Juneteenth event. I too am a voter, deputy registrar, and I was registering people to vote. It was a remarkable event. People of both parties stopped by our booth. We had discourse with people who were Republican and asking us questions, and it was a great opportunity. I also have been at other events, such as the Halloween festival that was down on Market Square, where the candidates were out, they were talking to people. This is such a marvelous way for our council, our boards, our candidates to meet the community. I would really hate to see any of that limited. including signs. You know, maybe we want to restrict how many months you can have them up for, but they help us understand the candidates and who's running and allows us to know them better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Deborah Moore.
Hi, my name's Deborah Moore. I've been a resident of Kyle since I married my husband 27 years ago. However, my family has been in Hayes County since 1876. So with that, I know the area is growing. I know infrastructure needs to be updated. That is not why I'm here today. I'm here today because of the situation in my neighborhood, what's happening. We are being blocked from our homes. We don't have access to our homes. There's 3 ways I could get to my house, and today I couldn't get to my house. They're laying new pipes, which is needed, and I appreciate it. But it needs to be better organized so we are not restricted from our homes. I also have an 87-year-old mother-in-law. If I would have had to call the ambulance today, they wouldn't have been able to get to her because all 3 streets were dug up and blocked. That is not okay. No city supervision is out there. I even called the city and said, who do I need to talk to? The foreman on site. Okay, so I did. He just says, I'm sorry, it's a plan. It's been laid out. I don't know how I can help you. So I don't run out of my time. I'm just going to list out. No city supervision on the instruction of the job. Improper placement of detour signs. Blocking all routes to houses, installing new line on property without permission or easement. That would be my property. We did sign right of entry for them to survey things because a creek bed runs through, a drainage runs through, and it needs to be cleaned out and updated because our house is flooded twice. So yes, something needs to be done about that. So we signed the right of entry, but they dug up my backyard and there was no easement. So, communication, dudes, communication. They're also storing their equipment in the back of our property and repairing their equipment on our property. Nobody's asked us. We probably would say yes. We're good citizens. We like to help people, but nobody's come and talked to us. They also so there is a fire hydrant at the corner of the property. Then with this they're leaving that. But then they put a new one at the end of my mother-in-law's sidewalk, rendering her sidewalk unusable. You have to go around it, walk in the yard, and then get on the sidewalk. Okay. Damage of private property, no communication from the city prior to the project saying, hey guys, this project's happening, so be aware. Nor about road closures, hey, make preparation because you won't have access to your property. Leaving unmarked holes in the road. I had to go through our yard and go around because there was like a major pothole. My husband finally just filled it in because nobody was fixing it. And then basically just communication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if there's no, I was trying the entire time to try to figure out what subdivision you were in based on all your description.
I'm in the 3rd Street, 2nd Street, Sledge,
Okay,
South Bruce, Old Town Kyle.
okay.
And I understand all that needs to be fixed, but
Well, just because you never mentioned that in all your time, so I think if there's no objection, I
Her
think,
address here, you can come.
right, but we don't allow that. If there's no objection from the council, would we be opposed to staff getting with this resident to address the concerns she just brought up?
Yeah, no, I think that is appropriate. All right, thank you. Next up, Lila Knight.
It's brief tonight. My name is Lila Knight, and I live in Kyle, and I've lived here a very long time. I have just a couple of quick comments. First, with regards to agenda item 39, all of you took an oath of office wherein you solemnly swore you would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. I assume all of you have actually read the Constitution. It's really quite short. It's not a long read. And to prohibit political signs or political expression in a traditional public forum, which is generally considered parks, sidewalks, streets, etc., would be extremely problematic at best. And I'm certain your attorney will advise you that content-based regulations, such as partisan versus nonpartisan political expression, are generally deemed presumptively unconstitutional for a public forum. So it's already laid out. The case law is already there. I'm confident that none of you want to abridge our freedom of speech. So I'm very confident this is going to work out well. However, I am not as confident that you will ever get around to passing any kind of homestead exemption for our citizens. You just keep kicking the can down the road on this, while at the same time, you keep spending really enormous sums of money. I do appreciate those of you who have keep bringing this back up for conversation, but we need action. And that action should not hinge on your budget, your tax rate, be it M&O or INS, or a road bond. Begin with the homestead exemption, then figure the rest out. You're here to serve the citizens. I know how you like to blame our high taxes on the school tax rate, but you need to be aware that every single school district in Hays County has a homestead exemption of $25,000. And I think y'all can do better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Vanessa Westbrook.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Vanessa Westbrook. I'm a citizen of Kyle, Texas. And I am here to say on June 11th at 9 o'clock in the morning to about 1 o'clock, the city and Kyle came together and had a fabulous event over in City Park. It was celebrating June 19th, but it also coincided with Market Day. And there we had folks who gathered together who had something in common. They lived in Kyle, and we actually had some visitors also. And I'd like to say, wow, it was so cool. I just want to say it was good. Imagine when I got home that evening after helping to take stuff down and whatnot, and I looked on Spectrum News and saw a announcement or a report saying the city of Kyle kicked off Juneteenth for the month of June. Wow, because everybody else did their stuff on the 18th and we did ours on the 11th, so you can imagine my being very pleased about that. Now, I want to mention to you that there were a group of citizens who came together and they actually sat and talked and said, what should this look like, this event that the city is doing, the Parks Department is doing, we're doing at the city park. And everyone who I called to say, hey, can you come and be a part of this discussion said, okay. And so we had Tracy Shield, we had Sheila Henderson, we had Anthony Davis, Cynthia Bentley, Daphne Tenario, Mark Trahan, Wilma Jarvie, Susan Reyna, Marcy Curl, myself, and I actually brought two colleagues who I've taught with forever at the higher ed level to come in and be a part of this. And I just wanted to say, let's keep this up, People came together, they had a great time, and I think we learned something because not only did we interacted with each other and we had fun, but there was a program. We had a reenactment of General Granger by one of our citizens who did an excellent job. It's on YouTube. Check it out if you hadn't seen it. So I want to say it was fabulous, and we had, 5 people up here, 6 people up here already. 3 of them mentioned the Juneteenth event. So we're on a roll. Let's keep this going because I am willing to help. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the citizen comments forms I have. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. It's now closed. Next up is agenda order. Does anyone on the council have an item they wish to move around? Councilor Ellison.
I guess not in particular. I guess I'll just reach out to my other colleagues. Were you all fine with where our agenda item is for the recap, or do y'all want to move it up, or y'all fine where it's at? I'm really indifferent. That was the only one that I had, Mayor.
I would like to move agenda item 39 to the top.
Okay. Let's, all right, if there are no objections, we're going to go ahead and take agenda item 39 off the top. All right, we're going to start with agenda item number 39. Consider impossible action to create an ordinance to prohibit political signs or partisan tents at any city events and clarify the city's existing political sign regulations. Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to say thank you to all the residents that came to voice their opinion about this agenda item. I'm going to try to kind of explain what I wanted to do initially. I believe that we are currently in a very divisive and heated political climate, and I want to believe that the city, for as long as possible, needs to stay away from federal politics and have any sort of affiliation with political parties. I believe that residents come to city-sponsored events to enjoy. They come to meet their neighbors, they come to chat with other residents, and the last thing I believe that the city needs is to have these events politicized. I feel like for far too long, most of in-person events would put on hold, and joining a tree lighting ceremony or a market day should be to the enjoyment of the Kyle families, not something to be politicized. So I know after reviewing the agenda and discussing with Ms. Page, I do believe that there will be a violation of initially what I wanted to propose was to have no partisan tents, but allow local candidates to display their signs in a booth in any of the Kyle events. It will be like school boards, council, or mayor elections. However, I understand there is a very thin line, so I'm going to have to remove that out of my petition. What I would like to request is that during the events that are hosted or paid for by taxpayer money, if a candidate is going to be displaying their signs to be inside their booth, not hanging from any property in the city of Kyle. We all received an email on January 7th from a very concerned and discouraged resident, and what the issue was with the tree lighting ceremony and where the signs were located for a runoff election. So I don't know if there is anything that we can do about that, or if that can be corrected, if there is, especially when there is an incumbent running for a city election and having those signs displayed at city property.
So I can answer this question generally. There may be some state law that address political signs and how the city can regulate those, so we need to review that. If the city's going to enact any regulations on signs, they have to be content neutral. You can regulate time, manner, and place, but once you start looking into what does the sign say, that's when you start getting into restricting free speech, and then the courts look at, is there a compelling interest for doing that? And so those are the legal issues we think about when we look at a sign regulation. What I'm hearing you say is that you want to look at whether the city could enact an ordinance that limits location of political signs on certain public property at certain times. Is that what
It
I
will be
understand?
like the city events. Like, we had an issue, and we all got an email on January 7th of a resident that was upset because there were incumbent signs displayed at the tree lighting ceremony. So it looked like the city was sponsoring or endorsing the candidate. Is that something that we could look into for future elections?
We can look into that and see if that is an option that can be done without too much legal risk. In general, if you're going to, for a city event, that becomes more of a limited public forum than a traditional public forum, and so you focus the speech on just the purpose of that event. That gives you some more leeway on regulating speech, but you'd have to prohibit.
And I'm
Kind of
not saying to have all the events. I mean, I think it will be okay for a candidate, partisan or not, to set up a booth at an event in the city of Kyle. And if they're going to be displaying their signs, for the signs to be displayed within the booth, not hanging from a wall at the park. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah. I think we can kind of refine the research to see if that is a possibility, and then report back to city manager to share with council.
Paige, I think there's already an ordinance, state ordinance prohibiting that action. I learned that through the school district. There was a couple of signs on their fence, and if it's paid for by taxpayer dollars, you can't use it. You can use the property. You can't use a standing object like a billboard or a fence that's owned by the school district. Like, you couldn't put a sign up on their marquee or something like that. So there's already something that takes care of that situation. Everything that you bring out forward now has to be a part of your booth, or, just, you can't use something that belongs to the public in that manner, that like a fence. So I think there's already something in place. So I don't even think we need to address it as a city.
We can see if your city ordinances already cover that as well. That's a good point.
And the point being is because that resident in particular reached out to several members of staff, and there was no violation. So my question would be, if we are going to allow this to continue, are we going to be promoting also not only the incumbent person, but the rest of the candidates?
If you allow one, you'd have to allow them all.
Exactly. So if somebody's going to hang a sign next to the tree during the tree lighting ceremony, then the other candidates could potentially put their signs in there.
If you allow one, you'd have to allow them all.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
Those were my concerns, so we can basically scratch the party's intents, and then I would just like to look into if we are allowing those signs to be, hang in city property during events.
okay.
Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. I remember receiving that same exact email, and my worry was, her comment was, well, if we can allow one person to hang this sign, I will line up everybody to make sure they can hang up their signs. And so she was talking about pro-life and pro-choice, and I don't think at any point the city wants to get like that. The real issue at hand was, why was there a sign located where everybody felt a little bit uncomfortable, and why wasn't there action taken on that? So maybe if we can come up with a limit as far as it can only be on your booth, or it could be limited to a standalone, but not in the ground or not on the fence or any other areas, that might be a little bit more helpful, and maybe that will be a common ground. But I do remember that email, and she was very upset. And so I know we got events coming up, and in order to avoid this for the next election, I would like to see something progressively done to get in front of this issue.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. I want to thank the residents for coming out to express their thoughts on this. I know we primarily from the Democratic side, but I have no doubt that if we had some Republicans that also put up tents and different things, it would probably be a fairly same sentiment here. You know, when I saw this agenda item come up, I've seen some pretty interesting agenda items in my time here on council, but I have to admit I was a little shocked by this one and the language that was proposed on it. And once again, as were remarked by some of the residents, my immediate thought went to the First Amendment and the rights we all have. You know, and we have disagreements all throughout life in various different times, and I understand public events are certainly a time for us to engage in whatever that public event is and have conversations about everything under the sun. But that includes our political discourse and our political ideology, even if there are differences in that already built in. But that is part of, in my opinion, what makes America great is that we have that opportunity to have these discussions in public settings. And, you know, I was listening to the comments made by one of the residents about people of the opposite party coming and engaging in that tent. So I really appreciate your clarification on this. I actually had an inkling that it had something to do with that because I know you went through a really contentious campaign last fall. And so I do remember we all received that same email back in January. So I had an assumption that it had to do something with that. But your agenda item language, I think, is what really shocked a lot of people, including your colleagues, or at least I'll say for myself, because that would be nothing I would want any part of, what you wrote on that agenda item. I do understand the concern, and as the Mayor Pro Tem brought up, there are already things that are in place for where signage can be on private property as opposed to public property. There's a ton of other violations that I see on political signs left and right that are against law, of where, you know, having the proper a disclaimer on the bottom of your sign of where it can be posted, what that political ad is paid by. All of that is supposed to be on your sign. I've seen tons of signs across this city and across this county that don't have them. I've seen where people have, they're running for a certain position and that title is larger than the elect, or, and if there are actually rules about how large you can make the title of the office you're running for, because it can give the illusion that you already have that title. So there are all kinds of things already set in the code that I think people ignore all the time and no one bats an eye about. I know we're not going down that road, but I do understand your concern now, and I appreciate you articulating what more specifically you were trying to get at, and it seems to be that specific case against the opponent you had in the fall. So I understand wanting to address that. I would just highly caution the council in posting agenda items to be conscious of our language that we put in there, because I think it can be a bit misleading or give cause to the public that we're attempting to do something that is completely, in my opinion, out of bounds. So once again, I appreciate that clarification. I think that, you know, we could probably button up our local ordinances to match all the state laws that are out there in regards to signage. And certainly there's an opportunity for there. So I'd probably encourage you to comb through that and maybe propose those specific changes as opposed to the general language that you propose in your agenda item. That is essentially my 2 cents on that thought there.
All right, anyone else? Councilmember Tobias.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Councilman Ellison, because again, reading this and the several numerous texts and phone calls I've received on it stirred up a lot of conversation. And because when I first looked at it, I was basically looking at it in this sense, and I now know the reason why. It's because of that email about Mayor Pro Tem Coach's sign at the Christmas celebration. Is that correct? It's because of that? Okay, we're bringing that up? Okay. What's the difference with Mayor Pro Tem Coach having a tent, having a sign, having a table at a family city event? And let's remind you too, Ms. Parsley, at the Veterans Day Parade, Veterans Day Festival, you having a tent, you having a table, you having your sign, and many family members walking around with T-shirts that say Parsley. What is the difference there? There's really not. Because both of you were exercising and demonstrating and participating in your equal rights, in your freedom of speech. You're demonstrating, you're showing your first God-given First Amendment rights. You're both displaying that. So when I first saw that, it really kind of threw me for a loop there of why we did that. Because again, both of you at a city event, at a city function, where we're celebrating Christmas and we're also celebrating veterans, where we had both of you campaigning for the same office. So again, it kind of misled myself about this, and I'm glad Councilman Ellison clarified that. And I know it was because the signs were hung on a city fence that was paid for by taxpayers, and it was brought up because of that. And some people felt like, well, the city's endorsing this person. Well, if they did, they didn't do a good job because you won. Congratulations, you won. So that's my point on that end. Okay, we have to be very careful with our rights that we have as citizens of America. This is what democracy is all about. And when we start closing the gap on this, my thing is this: what's next? Are we going to start banning political symbols? You know what those are, right? Those are flags, those are mottos, those are buttons, right? Are we going to start there next? Is that going to be the next thing? Am I not going to be able to have my blue line flag supporting the police? Is that going to be next? Is it going to be my friends have to take down their Black Lives Matter sign? Or the pride flag? What's next? So we have to be very, very careful on this, because this is who we are. We are Americans. We have democracies, and we have rules in place. And going forward, I think we'll look at our ordinance going forward when we do have these campaigns to see, okay, we want to make sure that we're not in violation of city ordinance. By restricting that and coming up with an ordinance to eliminate that, that's where we start taking away our freedoms. So we must be very, very careful with that. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one last thing, Mayor. You know, for me, it was the email. What caught me in the email was about banning every candidate from our functions. That was parades and everything that the email stated. And for me, is I want to see my elected officials and those running for office participating in our events. I think it's important. I think it's important for those who are seeking office to engage our public. I always look forward to our parades, and I do it because I love meeting the residents of Kyle. I'm very active in the community already, but in the parades, it brings out more of your residents, and these are more people you get to engage with. Whether it's at the federal level, the state level, I think if this city is, if the communities are important to you as an elected official, you'll come out and you'll be a part of those events when they're there, because they're important to the people that are there as well. So for me, I would never even consider banning anyone running for office from participating in our events, because I think that it's important for people to engage the citizenry, especially if you're looking to serve them. So yeah, this agenda item did scare me a little bit, but I think that's why we have these discussions, so that we can vet them and find out what the reason was for these agenda items. And I think we've done a great job as a council here tonight. I think we've all been very courteous, and we've done a great job of vetting this. So thank you all.
Councilmember Parsley.
All right. I apologize for the way that the item got worded. I think I probably didn't do a good job trying to explain in the title exactly what I was looking for. I really wanted to have the city not involved in politics, just for, I guess, the peace of the residents. Being able to go to an event without having to engage people into a hostile conversation, maybe. That's what I think I was trying to avoid. However, I do understand that that might be a violation of the First Amendment. So I guess to now, to the email that we received, I wanted to know exactly if these signs could be hung on a fence of city property. I think that's what I would like to look into just for future events. I think it's phenomenal to have local candidates to have a booth at events that are paid by the city, because that is a way for a candidate to engage with the residents and explain the platform. I wasn't against that. I was just trying to keep the federal politics out of the city, just because I understand the climate right now is not enjoyable. I guess I will say that. But with this, I don't know if I could make a motion to direct staff to revise on when the signs can be hung, if they are allowed in city property or not, or just set some rules about it if we don't have any yet.
You might want to, can you try to make that more clear as a motion, if you got one?
Okay, so it will be direct staff to maybe look into creating rules of political signs placement within city property.
So,
All right, yeah, the motion made by Councilmember Parsley to direct staff to look into the political sign ordinances, in particular where they can be placed. Seconded by Councilmember Flores Cale. Is there discussion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to say real quickly, I think there's already something in the books at the state level about prohibiting those signs on public, what do you call it, owned areas when it comes to fences, signs, marquees. So I think there's already something in the books.
That belongs to the city.
Hold on,
Yeah.
he's talking.
So what I would like to do is make sure that we look into those rules first before we even look at anything. But I'm okay with staff looking at that ordinance and just bringing our city ordinance up to date with that.
Councilmember Ellison.
Yeah, along in those same lines, so I don't just necessarily want to support just staff bringing back just general things. I would love for, because it sounds pretty clear that we're not even 100% sure on the exact rules and how they align with state law. So how about instead we direct staff to bring back everything that our code states as far as these signs, as well as state statute on that. And then we can work from there rather than just kind of an ambiguous come back to us with this thing. So we can get it that way. Staff will bring it back to us. It'll be presented on an agenda item. It will be made public so everybody can see all those rules as well as us. And then we can tie up any loose ends or button up anything that we may have seen in the past or that we're maybe concerned about that would be in violation of those. I'd like perhaps a little bit more information and production on the motion than rather just a general blanket bring back something, in my personal opinion.
Other discussion?
So there
Councilmember
is
Parsley.
currently a regulation, the 259.003, that talks about regulation of political signs by municipality, but it does only talk about private real property. It doesn't talk about city-owned property. I was not able to find anything that regulates political signs on city-owned property. I'm looking at the election code, Title 15. So,
I think this is why I'm mentioning that, directing staff to research all of that to bring it back. And so that we have a clear outline of all the different codes there are, both within our ordinances as well as state statute.
okay.
So we're all clear on that and we can all see it together as well as the public.
Councilmember Flores Cale.
Thank you. I was just going to agree. Yeah, it's probably going to be the quickest and most efficient way to just get all the information given to us, and then after we review it, we can discuss how we want our ordinance to look within the laws of the state. So I was just going to agree with Dex and to move on to the next item.
Well, we have a motion and a second. You made the second, so are you wanting to withdraw your second?
Yes, if she can amend hers, and I can second that.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to direct staff to look into current ordinance regarding political sign placement and bring that back for us to discuss,
I think that's
including
the same
state
motion.
statutes and federal statutes.
Second.
Okay.
Do you
That's
feel like
the
we
same-
need? Okay.
I don't know what the clarity is that was
To
brought
look
forward.
about the placement of the signs. Basically, what I would like to know is if there is any rules already in place that talk about where the signs can be placed in city-owned property. If there is any.
I think what I understand would take away is we would provide that information both from state law and the city ordinances, and then based on what I'm thinking council's wanting to do, some suggestions on dealing with the booth and the fence issues, if there's something that's not in city ordinance that addresses that. So just based on the discussion, there's probably just a couple of things we could suggest that you could consider. I wouldn't prepare the ordinance, just a couple of sentences that explain, here's what you could consider doing. I think I see what there is, and I think I see what the suggestion is, but there's been some changes in state law that I need to just confirm.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I want to be clear that I don't want the direction, I don't want staff to interpret from the motion that they're supposed to bring back rules for prohibiting political signage on fence, because that's not the direction of the council. What I'm hearing from the council is that we want you to make sure that our political sign ordinance is compliant with state law. And if it is not compliant with state law, to bring back any revisions necessary to make it compliant with state law. And then outside of that, if there is a desire of council to propose above and beyond measures, then council can bring forward proposed amendments. But that's not the duty or the burden of staff to try to interpret this conversation that we just had.
That's my goal there.
Okay.
Is to not.
Understood.
So does she need to restate her
Yes.
motion then? Okay. Okay. Take a deep breath.
Okay.
Think about it.
I would like to make a motion to direct staff to do a revision of the state and federal laws for political sign placement and bring that back to council.
Not a
To make
revision,
sure
though.
that they comply.
To ensure
To
that
ensure
the
that they are
council
compliant.
ordinance on political signage is compliant with state law, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so the motion is made by Councilmember Parsley to direct staff to look into our political sign ordinance and ensure that it is compliant with state law, and to bring back any revisions if it is not. The second made by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there further discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 6, Juneteenth proclamation. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate Dr. Westbrook coming up and giving a recap, particularly about the Kyle Market Days. And I appreciated that because I know you're not one for the spotlight, but your efforts on getting that program together and getting the members that you all gave their much due credit to, a lot of that would not have happened without you, Dr. Westbrook. And so I really want to thank you for all of that and taking the lead on getting that going. So as you mentioned, here at the City of Kyle, we had a number of different celebrations for Juneteenth. I recall seeing on our Facebook page someone who was wondering why we were celebrating Juneteenth on June 11th. And I love the response from our communications team that, we actually had several events commemorating the holiday. And so, and I saw the resident, I believe, give a thumbs up on that. And so I certainly appreciate that and want to give my gratitude to all residents, staff, council that participated in any of those events. We did have our second annual Dialogue for Peace and Progress on June 17th. Yes, 17th, last Friday, which is our panel discussion by the city of Kyle. I do want to say that, it was yet another great conversation amongst our panel. I know I host and moderate those, but as the communications department can probably back me up on this, my large goal of that is to not have me pronounced in any way on those, because I truly feel that is a city event. And so I know those conversations would kind of be long. We try to keep them to an hour and a half, but I know I've seen some of you attend them in the past. I would highly encourage you all to watch those and take in the conversation and dialogue. I know you all have families and various different things going on in your schedule to not be able to attend those, but some support either with social media posts or pronouncing that we are doing that, which is something I think is very unique for a city to do, to have a conversation. A lot of cities do festivals, a lot of cities do parades and barbecues and different things, but to sit down and have a discussion about the tough topics that there are out there is something unique, and I think it's something that we as a council should really pronounce and exalt that as much as possible. So I'll just leave that there. Lastly, we did have our Juneteenth celebration in coordination with the Kyle Area Senior Zone. Kudos to them on doing a great program. Councilmember Tobias was there as well. And one of the things that was so unique about that was that we did a flag raising ceremony, which is this city's first ever. And to raise the Juneteenth flag, which not many people even know what that looks like or what it looks like. It is a red, white, and blue flag, and that is on purpose. As I mentioned in my description about the flag, the creators of the flag in 1977 made it red, white, and blue on purpose because all African Americans were always Americans. And that is why that flag is red, white, and blue. So I know sometimes these topics kind of divide us, or we feel like sometimes these things are against one another. I think it's important for everybody to understand with Juneteenth, it is not to take away something. It is simply to include all those in our communities, both past and present and future, the opportunities that came from many years of struggle. We did a flag raising ceremony where every person pretty much that attended the ceremony got to do one crank of the flag up the pole. It was something very moving. I know Councilmember Tobias made some very poignant comments about that, having grown up in this city and the experiences he had as a young boy in this community and how that has changed. And we've seen various different changes in our community happen over the past couple of years in particular. And so I just wanted to recognize that and thank you for your support, Councilmember Tobias. And thank you to the Kyle Area Senior Zone for putting that on. Now, I know I said a lot, but I had to take the privilege to speak on that. This may be my final Juneteenth proclamation, so I wanted to get my thoughts out to the community and certainly share with you all how I feel as a representative of this great city. Now into the City of Kyle City Council proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom or Emancipation Day, celebrates its 157th anniversary this year. Juneteenth is a holiday that commemorates the announcement of the abolition of slavery in Texas in June 1865. This occurred 901 days after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued by President Abraham Lincoln. And whereas the following was read in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865 by General Gordon Granger. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired labor. The freedmen are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere, end quote. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement, it is a day, a week, and in some areas a month marked with celebrations, guest speakers, picnics, and family gatherings. It is a time for reflection and rejoicing. It is a time for assessment, self-improvement, and for planning the future. In cities across the country, people of all races, nationalities, and religions are joining hands to truthfully acknowledge a period in our history that shaped and continues to influence our society today. Sensitized to the conditions and experiences of others, only then can we make significant and lasting improvements in our society. And whereas, in the words of former Texas State Representative Al Edwards, who authored House Bill 1016, making Texas the first state with Juneteenth as an official state holiday, quote, every year we must remind successive generations that this event triggered a series of events that one by one defines the challenges and responsibilities of successive generations. That's why we need this holiday, end quote. And whereas 2 days after passing the House of Representatives by a large majority, on the 17th day of June 2021, President Joe Biden signed the unanimous and bipartisan effort of the Senate chamber, creating the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act. And therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle that the 19th day of June should be celebrated as Juneteenth or Emancipation Day, in recognition of Jubilee Day, as it was originally called, and the spirit of Juneteenth that celebrates African American freedom, education, and achievement, while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all cultures. Signed and entered this 21st day of June 2022. One last thing I'll say, once again, thank you to the council's support in these proclamations. Thank you to the unbridled support in allowing me to conduct the dialogues for peace and progress. We have done 6 of them now and since June 2020. It has been an honor to do those. We have one more scheduled for this calendar year in September to honor Hispanic Heritage Month. I encourage all to come out to that, join the panel if you'd like. There's always an opportunity for that. I know last year when I did the Hispanic Heritage Month dialogue panel, at least 3 of you acknowledged that you all would like to be a part of that, maybe even take lead on that. I am more than happy to coordinate with you on that, pass the buck or whatnot, but these conversations are important and I appreciate you all's support on that. Thank you, and that is all I have to say on this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Mayor, I know this is a very important month for our city and for our country as well. I ran across this poem by Janelle Westmeyer. I'd like to read it real quick. It says, "My father's hands. Sitting here in my chair, I look over at a photo of my dad. My dad with his engaging smile and gentle eyes shows him kneeled by a bronze statue of a tiger that was the mascot of his high school. During a graduation ceremony, on the bottom of the photo, the words written say his name, the date, the picture that was taken, May 4, 2013, the day of my birthday. The words, once a tiger, always a tiger. This was the last photo that my dad would have taken. As I look at the photo, I look at my dad's hands that is resting on the back of the bronze tiger. I remember how I would always look at my dad's hands and would see the strength and gentleness of them. Those hands held mine from as long as I can remember. Throughout my life, they protected me, cared for me, held me when I was scared, wiped the tears from my eyes, and comforted me. I then looked down at my hands where my dad's wedding ring now rests, and I noticed that my hands looked so much like his. As a mother, I do the very thing that my dad did for me. I do for my children, and then think of how it would have been for my great-grandfather, who was a slave and won his freedom serving in the Civil War, then years of hardship that he had to endure, and because of the color of his skin. In spite of the life given to him, he was a man of honor in a world where you were judged by the color of your skin. But in the city he chose to be his home, he was judged by the content of his heart. After learning so much about my great-grandfather, I understand why my dad is the way he is. My dad also grew up where he was also judged by the color of his skin. But Dad gave his heart and dedication first to God, his family, and the community that he loved. Even though my hands are not delicate and feminine, but large, scarred, rough, I look at my hands with the new appreciation, respect, pride, knowing I have my dad's hands, the hands of strength." And that was written by Janelle Westmeyer. Thank you.
Any other commentary? Councilor Tobias?
Just real quick. not to make this about me, but it was such a remarkable event for me to attend, doing that for my city and raising that flag. And Councilman Ellison, thank you so much for all you've done, bringing these conversations, because again, great conversations lead to better communication, and it starts in our community. And as long as we continue to have peace, we will have progress. So thank you, sir.
I actually wanted to add something to it as well, to Councilor Ellison, to Dr. Westbrook, and to some of the others who have been, over the last several years, making a noticeable impact, not only for Juneteenth, but just in our community as well, to help bring communication and dialogue. It's not always easy for communities to accept that they don't know and understand everything, and that maybe they have things they'd rather not discuss. And you've done a remarkable job, frankly, helping to bring that discussion to the forefront. And I also want to commend you. I don't know, I think maybe some people here know, but Councilmember Ellison writes all of his own proclamations. And that's also to be commended. That takes a lot of time to put those things together. So I commend you for that as well. Is there anything else, Councilmember Ellison?
I would just like to say, as customary, we do take a picture. I know sometimes folks are a little picture shy on taking this, but do me a solid here. Anyone in support of Juneteenth and what I just wrote, and please come up here and join us for a picture in front of the dais in a form of unity, because you can't have a community without unity.
Nice.
Getting the whole community up here, look. I don't know if I got a wide enough camera for this. Yeah, I think I might have to do a panorama.
You're gonna have to. It's the only way it's gonna work.
All right.
So we gotta stay still.
I'm gonna do a panorama, y'all, so everyone stay really still. All right. And I'm gonna try to just grab maybe one photo up here.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, next up, agenda item number 7, presentation of graduates of the 2022 Team Kyle Academy. Mr. James Earp.
I think we did some, and there were some that couldn't make it.
Mayor, Council, for the record, we have James Earp, Assistant City Manager. I'm joined by Julie Crookston. Go ahead.
Julie Crookston, Assistant Director of Public Works.
We had a number of additional citizens who went through the Leadership Academy who have now completed their requirements. Mostly the 55-page paper that we made them write. Took them a little while to turn in.
We expect you all to read it.
Yeah, so y'all be grading those recent soon. Yeah, so I will be calling out the names, and then Julie will be presenting the certificates. So first we have Susan Cardon.
Stand up. Oh, okay. Okay.
Nice.
Marco Balderas. Kendall Byers. And Susan Jean Reyna. All right, you go up there and take a picture with me.
All right, here we go.
All right, on the count of three. Oh, Councilmember Flores Kale, sorry, you're a little bit hidden. Got to find that window. All right, on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank y'all.
All right, next up, city manager report.
All right, we'll wait for that to load up. There we go. Mayor, Council, tonight on the city manager report, we have the agenda, first item. Go ahead and scroll through there. I'm not sure who's got the controls tonight. There we go. We've got several items to talk about, and I will start off with the next slide, budget work sessions. So work session number 2 is July 7th. Council priorities and the debt picture of the city are going to be 2 large topics. And then we'll give an overview of where we are with the budget from work session number 1. So those are kind of the 3 big pillars expected for work session number 2. And then you'll see the agenda for work sessions 3 through 5. Next slide. Just a reminder, we mentioned this at the last meeting, but we are in open application season for our boards and commissions and committees. So please, for anyone in the public that would like to serve, go to cityofkyle.com/BC and you will find an application for the open seats. Next, I'd like to bring up Mariana Espinosa.
Good evening, Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. This Friday, the James Atkins Pool will open for the public. Right now, the schedule is open on Fridays and Saturdays from 1 to 5:30. Okay. And then with July just around the corner, July is Parks and Recreation Month. We have a month-long filled of activities, beginning with next Saturday. We have the ribbon cutting of our Button Creek bird viewing station, and that will be at 10 o'clock a.m. next Saturday. And we'll come back with all the rest of the events for the whole month, the first meeting in July. And then on Monday, July 4th, we have our 4th of July fireworks show. The fireworks show will be launched from the Plum Creek Golf Course this year, as I have in the previous years. Parking is encouraged at the Hayes Performing Arts Center and surrounding areas, and the fireworks show. If you listen to 88.7 FM, you can hear fireworks music as you watch the 20-minute show. And it will be no spectators at Plum Creek Golf Course. But like I said, you can park in the surrounding areas. And around 9:30 p.m. is launch time, approximately 9:30. And then just a save the date for this year's annual Pie in the Sky event. It is going to be a one-day event due to the construction at the Lake Kyle Park. So this year's event will be held on Saturday, September 3rd from 12 to 8 at the Greg Clark Park. It will include 2 stages of entertainment and live bands. The event will be free and open to the public. There will be 4 tethered hot air balloons that will be for an additional charge if participants choose to have tethered rides. The estimated overall expenditures for that event for the one day are $40,000. And that's all I have.
Then we have Rachel Sonia, Communications.
Rachel Sunday, Interim Director of Communications. So we have our State of the City coming up on Tuesday, June 28th from 11:30 to 1:30 at Texas Old Town. This is an event that's hosted by the Kyle Area Chamber of Commerce in partnership with the city. Tickets are on sale and sponsorships are on sale at the kylechamber.org, but the State of the City address, the actual speech, will be available for free on the city website afterwards. And if you have any more questions or anything, please check out the calendar event page at citykyle.com/calendar.
Then we have Paul Phelan.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Paul Phelan, Director of Library Services. Our summer reading program is going pretty strong right now, and we do have some events I'd like to keep you apprised of. So this Thursday, we have The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's from 1 to 4 p.m., June 23rd. On Friday, we have a couple of great programs. The Buzz About Bees with Kim Lehman, a very educational program about beekeeping and the different aspects that they're important in our ecosystem in terms of pollinators. The all-age presentation will be Friday, June 24th from 1 to 2 p.m. And then from 2 to 3 p.m. we have a program by the same presenter, All of Your Beeswax. Anybody can come to it, but it's kind of geared more toward the teens. So we'd certainly like to get the teens out. If you know anybody who'd like to come to this, it should be a lot of fun. The following Thursday, we have the H.G. Wells Time Machine Thursday movie matinee. That's June 30th from 1 to 4 p.m. And then on the following Saturday, the next Saturday, we have Austin Reptiles. That's July 2nd from 11 to 1 p.m. So I hope everybody can come by and check out the programs. We've had some very good attendance so far. And just a couple other things that we do have ongoing, if you may not be aware. You know, we do have the Kyle Chess Federation now on Mondays at 4:30 p.m. So folks that want to come out and learn to play chess or get better and start playing competitively, that's a really cool thing. We do that in partnership with Lionheart Hobby. Open Table Dungeons and Dragons, that is a Tuesday program at 5 p.m. These are ongoing programs. And of course, on the fourth Thursday, which is this Thursday, is why I'm saying it, we have the KPL Gamers. So we have various games for the teens to do. That's a teen program. And a new program, we haven't had a whole lot of attendance yet, but we're very hopeful. So if you know anybody that is learning English, but would like to come to a program and improve that, on Thursdays at 6:30 p.m., we have the ESL Conversation Group that Mary Van Folsom is a staff member, and she runs that. And so some folks that might just want to come out and be relaxed and have some conversations. And as a language learner myself, I know you get self-conscious about making mistakes all the time, but this is one of those environments where you can sit around and talk and kind of get more fluent without having to worry about that. So that's all I've got for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Then we have Sandra Duran.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Sandra Duran, Director of Human Resources for the record. And we've been busy this few months. We've been hiring, and so I would like to introduce new team members that we have. We have Chase Beard, Circulation Desk Clerk, Shannon McKinville, and KPD Administrative Assistant. David Amsler is our Management Analyst, Jesse Barba, Police Officer, and we have Jacqueline Gonzalez, Public Works Clerk. And technicians for Public Works, we have Tyler DeGudis, Coleman Salazar, James Dodds, Michael Van Winkle, and John Price. We've also hired about 23 seasonal employees for the camp and the pool. And then we do have two people that are here at this meeting that I would like to have Brooke, if she can stand up. She's back there. Brooke comes from the city of Round Rock, and we hired her as a recreation programmer. She has 7 years overseeing special events, outdoor education, athletic, and recreation programs. And she has a bachelor's in sports management from the University of North Texas. So welcome, Brooke. She's back there.
Bless you.
And then I'll call Jennifer to introduce her new employee. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm so excited to introduce the city's newest Assistant City Secretary, Emily Hughes. She's in the back there. Emily comes to us from Texas Municipal League, where she supported the Texas City Managers Association. She has a Master's of Public Administration from Arizona State University. She loves hiking and participating in 5Ks, so she's ready to hit the ground running here at Kyle. Emily.
Question on the City Manager's report. First of all, I really appreciate, I know everyone can't make the evening meeting, but I really appreciate when staff does get introduced publicly. Welcome, Brooke and Emily, certainly to the team. I know you're going to be in great hands, Emily, with Jennifer, and Brooke is an awesome Parks and Rec department that we have, so I'm sure you're going to love it even more than Round Rock. All right. Welcome to the team. Secondly, real quick note about Paul. Thank you for bringing up that Thursday evening English language class. That is important, and thank you for helping get that word out. My final and true question here is, so one of your items here was the budget workshops. And we did get an email from you recently about the deadline for the ad valorem or the exemptions on property taxes. And that was something that we had, as a council, agreed to discuss throughout the budget season. On top of that, we did get the email from Paige, and that was my agenda item, that was understandably so, according to our rules, rejected from being on this agenda. So my question to you, Mr. Sellers, is there anything against us as a council, if there's no objection, for you to call a special meeting between now and the beginning of July so that the council can weigh in on providing exemptions in order to meet the deadline for next year?
Well, excuse me, Scott Sellers, for the record. I usually call special meetings when there's an emergency. If the council would like to have me call a special meeting, I'd appreciate the direction from this body.
So I would like to make a motion for the council to direct the city manager to call a special meeting, preferably this week, because we do have a July 1st deadline. And if it doesn't pass unanimously on first reading, we would have to have a second reading before July 1st. So that's why the pressure for time on this particular week. So my motion is to have council direct the city manager to call a special meeting this week with the agenda item for direction on exemptions on property taxes for the upcoming fiscal year.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cale to give direction to the city manager to call a special meeting of the city council this week related to homestead exemptions. Is there discussion on the motion? Is this a lawful motion on a lawful item, considering that it's the city manager's report?
It's lawful for the council to request. And you have to limit discussion to just calling the meeting on the item that's not on the agenda. So the motion is lawful.
Limit discussion, I'm sorry.
The motion is lawful. If council is going to discuss the motion, it has to be limited to whether to have the meeting or not, but not the subject matter of the homestead exemption.
Okay. Would we like to have a discussion about our calendars and determine when we would like to have that meeting? Mayor Pro Tem.
Paige, okay, I just want to get clarification. So making sure that, what are the qualifications to call a special meeting? I just want to make sure we do this right, so that way nothing comes back and bites us later. If we take some action, I want to make sure the action that we take later when it comes to the item that we're proposing gets through okay, and we don't have any hiccups along the way.
So with respect to the item you have in front of you, the council can lawfully, if an item comes up that's not on the agenda, any deliberation is limited to asking that the item be placed on a future agenda. And so that can be requested, and then any discussion and action is limited to whether that item will be placed on a future agenda. So this discussion here is appropriate. You can take that motion and vote, and then your meeting that you hold on the item has to be held in compliance with Open Meetings Act and all those requirements.
And that's what I guess is where I'm making sure we're okay, that we're, crossing our T's, dotting our I's. So what are the criteria for calling a special meeting?
The criteria are that the council can request a special called meeting. Under the charter, you can direct the city manager to set the special called meeting.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll still need to adhere to Open Meetings Act, so it'll be 72 hours.
Correct.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank y'all for that clarification.
So that means it has to be Friday?
Either Friday night or beyond, correct?
Okay.
It'd be Saturday morning.
Councilman
I'm
Tobias.
just not available Friday evening,
Yeah,
but
I'm
I'm
not
available, I can reschedule my work schedule for Saturday if need be, but Friday evening, that's the only day. I can do it tomorrow, I can do it Thursday, it's just Friday. I have an event actually downtown that was pre-planned.
Would Thursday night be enough? No.
We're
Okay.
statutorily limited to Friday.
I could do it Saturday.
We can do it Saturday morning.
Yeah, I'm available Saturday morning as well.
Saturday morning, the earlier the better.
The earlier the
I
better.
do, I'll have to request off work, but this is important enough for me to do it.
Yeah. I have a work obligation myself, but I can arrange to go in later on that morning myself.
So 8 o'clock, is that amenable to everyone?
Not me,
Eight
I can't make it.
I won't be able to,
So-
if it's this week. But I'm not.
We need at least 4. And if you can attend virtually outside of that, that'd be great as well.
City manager's not available on Saturday.
I could virtually, but, yeah,
Virtually?
I can't be here physically.
Only 4 of us have to be here physically. I can commit to being here and make the changes in my personal life to do that. If the council, if 3 others can do that as well.
I can.
I can be here.
All right, sounds like we got consensus.
Yeah, I could be here on Saturday.
8 o'clock.
And you're going to need to also add an item to call a follow-up meeting, it sounds like, on that agenda.
Correct.
There was a motion and a second. Are you going to complete the?
Well, the direction for, the city manager can post on the agenda the item to call the follow-up meeting as well. So
So
that,
if I need, do I need to amend my motion? Is that what you're getting at, Paige?
Well, council took a motion and a second, so I
Okay,
was
then,
asking if you're.
well, the motion, the second was to call a meeting this week. We've just discussed when that meeting would be, so the city manager would call it on that day, but he's responsible for the item. The item coming forward is homestead exemption, but it doesn't, he's not prevented from adding additional items.
Correct.
So it should be good. All right, is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I'd just like to make sure our finance director would be available virtually Saturday morning. Okay.
oh yeah, that's my man.
Thank you, Perez.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, CIP, road projects, and consent agenda presentation. Mr. Barba.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. By the way, that police officer named Jesse Barba is related. We will be meeting for the first time, so. On the Heroes Memorial Park, we're about 96% complete. We're getting there. We're finishing out the granite at the honor wall, and the porcelain install has begun. The ring wall granite installation is in progress. Landscaping and plantings are in progress. Water feature wiring for the equipment is ongoing. The pump equipment testing is pending, and the reason it's pending is because we need to get some water in that pond. Public Works is going to be assisting when we try to get some water into that pond. The expected completion date is July. Leibe de Park, we're at about 54% complete. The playground install is ongoing, nearing completion. They're installing sidewalks, curb and gutter, and crushed granite trails. They're also preparing for the roofing at the pavilion. The irrigation install is also in progress, and they're bringing in some topsoil next week. Expected completion date is late 2022. Public Safety Center, we're about 35% complete on that. They're on phase 1, they're working on the weather barrier. On phase 1 through 3, they're working on the overhead and the in-wall copper piping and doing some framing inspections. On phase 2 and 3, they're working on the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing rough-in. On phase 3, they're working on the window flashing and blocking. They did complete the south parking and the carport piers. On the second floor, they're working on the metal ductwork. Substantial completion date is February 6, 2023. Southside wastewater improvements, pay estimates are still about 95% complete. The contractor is coordinating his traffic installation there on the frontage road with his subcontractor, and we're also going to need to coordinate with TxDOT on that. We are looking at utilities, making sure they're clear to those, and the next section will be right there by the Edwards Drive
Will connect to Post Road. That'll be the last major section of that project. Wastewater treatment plant expansion, I mentioned at the last meeting that the project itself is complete. Based on the estimates of the dewater facility, we're about 25% complete. And they are working on some rehabilitation of that bullseye plant number 2. And that's going to be beginning this week. Saturday work days, they're not going to do that anymore. They're going to discontinue that. And we expect the dewatering facility to be complete in August of 2022. We're also having problems with supply chain delays. Old Post Road, construction is still continuing on the north end. They did complete their 3rd layer of base. They are starting to place the 4th layer of base on a portion of the road, and they should be starting tomorrow on that particular section. They'll also be starting on a storm drain that's on the north end later this week or probably next week on that. Elliott Branch Interceptor, you heard about that earlier. We're about 68% complete. We still have some roads closed to through traffic. They've completed, or they're working on the testing of the water lines that have just been installed, and all the services have been installed for water and wastewater. One of the bright spots of that project right now is that Bradford Meadows lift station is offline. It's shut. We're done with that. So all the flows that are in there are gravity. We don't have a lift station anymore. It's gone. Substantial completion scheduled for fall of 2022. While we were hearing those first comments, I will let you know that our project manager is, we lost our project manager on that particular Elliott Branch. He moved on to a better job, I guess, hopefully for him. But Yvonne Gil Vallejo is picking up as a project manager on that project, so she just got started on it. So she's already texted me and said she will get with the inspector and they will meet with the resident on those issues that she brought up. And they also have a dust issue, so I already heard about that too. Downtown relocation of overhead lines. This is the city's portion of our agreement with the PEC. Estimated completion is still at 74%. The PEC crew is working on Moore Street, and they're estimating to be completed by middle of July. We're also coordinating with PEC for switching services by the end of July.
And Pervez, what does that mean for when the poles would come down?
That means the poles down on Center Street, I asked specifically the project manager about the poles in the downtown area. She said they're looking at, I believe, September, by the time everything gets moved and relocated. This is one of our newer projects. We just issued the notice to proceed on our elevated storage tank, and substantial completion is supposed to be in 90 days, and we'll have final completion date in about 120 days. Those little posts that you see hanging out from the top of that particular tower, those are where the shrouding is going to be hung from. So just in case you think we're adding stuff to it, we're not. That's just for the shrouding. Consent agenda items. Number 11 is an amendment to a task order for K. Freeze and Associates for additional work they had to do on the downtown project. We had to rebid that project, so there was additional work that was created for the rebidding process. On number 15, that's a contract that we have want to approve with Burgess & Eipel. They're going to be doing some modeling for the Kyle Marketplace development. This is a pass-through. The developer is paying for that service, and then we're going to run the model and then give them the results of that model. The reason we wanted to push this one on through is because that is a 4-story building. We have about 50 PSI in that area, if I remember correctly, but we just wanted to make sure that the 4th floor wasn't going to have any problems. That's where we're running the model. Councilmember Flores-Kell did bring up a point about one of the items in our proposal. It mentioned using 2018 data, and that was, when we got the proposal, that's what we had at the latest. I just found out recently they do have the 2021 that we just gave them, and so they're going to be using 2021 data for that. So that'll be better information for us to use. Number 17, Mayor and Council, you saw this item back in June of 2021. It's a similar item. We awarded the contract to Loudon Construction for doing this particular work on Center Street Phase 1. Their estimate, their construction cost was around $500,000, and the next bidder was around $800,000. So we went with the low bid, which was Loudon Construction. At that point in time, after we opened the bids, we got approval from TxDOT to be able to do an open cut on Hill Street instead of doing a bore. And our belief was that we would get a better price. Well, that didn't work out. About that point in time, all the prices started going up. Next thing we knew, the contractor was asking for not only what the original contract price, but went above the 5% contingency. At that point, we said, no, we'll just go ahead and put this out for rebid. So we took bids recently. We did get several bidders, and we're awarding it to the low bidder did withdraw their bid. They were around $500,000. The second bidder is around $600,000. And the reason we went up to 660,000 is we wanted to use some new manholes. They're polymer treated manholes. They're almost indestructible. These are deep manholes, pretty good size line. These things don't need coating. Like I said, they're pretty much indestructible. So we're going to go with these new manholes, and these will be the first times that we've ever used these. Upcoming projects, we just started erosion controls on the Indian Paintbrush lift station. And that's going to be to upgrade that particular lift station to greater capacity there for future development. The other project that we've been working on, the lift station at South Lake and Button Creek are being decommissioned because of the Button Creek interceptor. Thank goodness South Lake is offline. If some of you know that we've had some issues with that particular lift station, but it doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. And the next one will be the Button Creek interceptor. So we'll have 2 more lift stations out of commission. Microsurfacing, we're going to be starting that in July of this month, next month coming up. I'm waiting for the contractor to give us a schedule, and so we can get that on to you and let you know what's going on, and the citizens also. Oops. Any questions?
Any questions for Leon? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Leon, real quick on the 3rd Street project, wanted to make sure we had a resident that came out and talked about her drainage. Did we get that addressed?
I'll have to check with the inspector on that one, council member.
Okay, sounds good. If you
I believe we did, but I'll double check.
you can send me an email on that, I'd appreciate it.
I will do that.
Thank you very much.
You follow up with all of us on that email,
Certainly.
so we're all privy to it. Sorry.
Councilor Ellison.
One, I am happy to hear that project manager Yvonne, as I call her, is being placed on, moved over to that, the project we discussed on. She did from everything I've seen and was privy to on the wastewater treatment plant expansion, she did one heck of a job. So I'm pretty thrilled to hear that she's going to continue to oversee one of our very important projects. So thank you for that update, Leon.
Anyone else? All right, does anyone have any items they wish to pull from the consent agenda? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. I would just like to pull agenda item 12 for clarification. And that's it. But I'd like to make a motion to,
Hang on one second. Does anyone else have any items they want to pull? All right, go ahead, Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 10, 11, 13 through 21.
Second.
All right, motion is made by Councilmember Flores-Kell, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve consent agenda items 10 and 11, as well as 13 through 21. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 12, second reading, an ordinance granting to Universal Natural Gas LLC and its successors are assigned 10-year right-of-way agreement. This item is Mr. Hendrix. Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. All right, I was reading the backup material in the ordinance, and I'm just a little bit confused. My concern is with assignments. I want to make sure that this can't just be assigned to somebody else, and I feel like there is language in here that kind of goes against itself. So in the first paragraph, the 9th sentence down, it says providing for assignment, sale, or lease of the franchise. But then in section, I think it's 3, it prohibits assignments. So if I can get some clarification one way or another, and if they can assign this, if the gas company can assign this.
I'm gonna have to lean on legal for that.
I'm pulling that up here. Councilmember, do you mind? You said section 3. What was the first one?
Sure. It says the first one is in the very first paragraph, the 9th sentence down, and it also says it in the agenda item information. It talks about providing for assignment, sale, or lease of the franchise.
Providing for assignment. Okay. So the first paragraph being the caption would just be a general statement of there's going to be a provision in the document that addresses assignment. So that's, if you're talking about that first paragraph, that's all caps. That's just a description of what's in the document. So that's the answer to
Gotcha.
the first
Okay.
part. And then the second.
Yeah, the second would just be to confirm that they cannot assign this without council permission.
That is correct. In Section 3, you're right, they cannot sell, transfer, or sign the franchise without authorization of city council, expressed by ordinance, and that should be consistent with your charter as well, that you've got that requirement in there.
Okay, well, with that, I'd like to approve agenda item number 12.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Tobias that we approve agenda item number 12. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is consider and possible action. Items 22 through 25 are all related to the same items, so if there are no objections, I'm going to bring them all up at the same time. Item 22 is consider an approval of a resolution of City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, authorizing the acceptance of certain revenues in the tax increment fund from TERS number 2. Agenda item 23 is consider an approval of a resolution approving the city's plan for finance pertaining to the completed issuance of obligations to be designated as City of Kyle, Texas, revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2022. Agenda item 24 is consideration and approval of a resolution approving the city's plan of finance pertaining to the contemplated issuance of obligations to be designated as City of Kyle General Obligation Bond, Series 2022. And agenda item 25 is consideration and approval of a resolution relating to establishing the city's intention to reimburse itself for the prior lawful expenditure of funds related to constructing various city improvements from the proceeds of tax-exempt obligations to be issued by the city. Stephanie Leibe.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member Stephanie Leibe with Norton Rose Fulbright. Our firm serves as bond counsel for the city, and we are here tonight to present each of these action items. So related to action item number 22, prior to today's city council meeting, TERS number 2 the board of TERS number 2 did have a meeting at which they adopted a resolution to request the city's assistance with financing of certain tourist projects. Through that resolution, they've requested that the city issue certificates of obligations to finance certain road projects, and those COs would then be repaid through tourist revenues from tourist board number 2. So action item number 22 is corresponding resolution just for the city to accept the request that has been made by tourist board number 2. Action item number 23 is we call a moving forward resolution. And so that is a resolution that would authorize the city's finance team, which consists of Samco Capital Markets as the city's financial advisor, and our firm as bond counsel to put into action a plan of finance to bring those certificates of obligations to the market so that they can eventually be sold. In order to do that, we will come back before City Council to adopt a notice of intention resolution, at which time we'd give the public notice of the city's intention to issue those certificates of obligations, and that action is required by state law. Action item 24 is a similar resolution. That's a plan to finance resolution pertaining to issuance of general obligation bonds. These are bonds that were authorized by the city's voters out of November 2020 bond election. So a portion of those bonds from that voted authority would be issued. And again, this resolution would authorize the city's finance team to put a plan of finance together for that GO bond sale to proceed. And again, that the finance team would come back before City Council to have a bond ordinance adopted to actually effectuate the sale of the bonds. Action item 25 is a resolution related to the city's intent to reimburse itself for prior expenditures related to those 2020 the 2020 voted authorization. When City Council called the November 2020 bond election, Council did adopt a reimbursement resolution. However, we believe because of Scrivener's error, the current resolution that's on file with City Records does not match the action item that was passed and adopted by Council. So action item 25 is simply just a little bit of housekeeping related to making sure that the city files or the city action items related to that reimbursement resolution match what was actually approved by Council, so that when the GO bonds are issued and the city intends to reimburse themselves from those bond funds, there's no question related to eligible expenditures and those reimbursements.
All right, thank you, Ms. Leibe. That's a lot. Very glad to hear that you caught that, providing help to us in that way. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you. I have two for two different ones. So my first question is going to be for our bond counsel. And that is going to be, if the city does not approve the CO bonds, how would those roads be built?
If the city does not issue certificates of obligations to construct the road projects for Tourist 2, then the Tourist Board itself can elect to issue bonds that are secured by those tourist revenues. So the Tourist Board can issue tourist revenue bonds, or the road projects can be funded on a pay-as-you-go basis with the tourist revenues.
Okay, so if we don't do bonds, then the tourists can use bonds, is that what you're saying? I guess I'm just trying to say, if there are no bonds to pay for these roads, how are those roads going to get built?
If there are no bonds, then the roads can be built on a pay-as-you-go basis, or the roads don't get built.
Okay, and the city would pay for those roads?
Somebody's going to pay for the roads.
Well, that's
So
it's actually
that's my concern. That's
it's
my
actually a
only
paid
concern.
question, because the answer is that we would default on our
Okay, but
retail roads
yes.
agreement that we signed with them, so, that we have voted on previously.
City Attorney for the record. Under the road infrastructure agreement, if the bonds are not issued, then there's a walk-away provision. The parties come together to see if there's another way to get the roads built, but then if the bonds are not issued, then the parties can walk away from the agreement.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then my second question is going to be for agenda item number 25, because I spoke with you about this and I really appreciate the information that I was provided. I would like to go into a little bit more detail because the agenda item actually did not have the backup material or the original signed resolution. So I don't know if at some point we can make sure we're sticking those with the exhibits with the resolutions. But what I found to be a little disconcerting was the amounts in the discrepancies. And so if you could just give a brief explanation to me, to everybody that may be watching, just so they can understand why there's a 40,000 plus million difference.
Sure. So I think when the original reimbursement resolution was drafted, it was drafted with a $6.5 million figure. And that was intended to cover some of the initial design work for some of the projects that the bonds are going to cover. When the reimbursement resolution was presented to council, it was immediately after the election ordinance was adopted by council. And because council had taken action on the election ordinance, and they had the principal amount of both of those propositions, the $47 million, which is the cumulative amount from the two propositions, was front and center. And so when motion was made to approve the reimbursement resolution, the motion was made to approve the resolution in an amount sufficient to cover the two bond propositions that were just placed on the ballot by council. So the motion to approve the reimbursement resolution was made in the full $47 million amount that was voted on and adopted by council. The resolution that's in city files still has that $6.5 million figure that was in that draft amount. So what we're doing tonight is we're bringing a new resolution before council to correct that error, so city records now reflect the actual action that was taken by council. We're also being careful so that we're not resetting our time periods, because to reimburse from bond proceeds, tax-exempt bond proceeds, the IRS code has certain time limitations and certain time limitations for when those reimbursements can be made. Our tax lawyers did not want us to quote-unquote reset the clock. They want the clock to be the August 2020 council meeting at which that reimbursement resolution was adopted.
Okay, I appreciate that. One more question, I guess, for the city, because since I don't have the original resolution, do we know if it was signed? Because it looks like there was a spot for two signatures, one for the city of Kyle and then one for the attest. And so I think that would be...
So the resolution was signed. I did get a copy of the signed resolution from staff this week while we were preparing the reimbursement resolution. Our intent was not to include that prior resolution behind this current resolution as the backup, we want to include the certified minutes from that August 2020 meeting so that we're documenting the actual official action that was taken by council and reflecting what was passed and adopted.
No, I completely appreciate that too. I just want to make sure that we all kind of understand that this went through several sets of eyes. This wasn't just the fault of one, this is the fault of many. And so it's been 2 years, and without seeing the original, I wasn't sure who all had a hand in this. So I don't want it to seem like this is based on any one mishap, but off of several, especially if it was signed and then it was filed. So, and with that, I'm okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items agenda items 22 through 25, please.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilor Ellison, that we approve agenda items 22 through 25. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion
I want to say yes. I want to let you know. Can I say that?
Yeah. Motion carries 6 to 1. Motion carries 6 to 1. All right, next up is agenda item number 26, consider possible action on a proposal from Verdunity Incorporated for professional services for the comprehensive plan update and to authorize the city manager to execute a contract in an amount not to exceed $300,000. Amber Lewis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Lewis, Assistant City Manager for the record. In your packet, you have a proposal from Verdunity, and it is in the amount of $300,000 to perform the comprehensive plan. We feel like this is a good proposal. There's going to be a robust community engagement and awareness process. It will also include a land use fiscal analysis that will be helpful in guiding your decisions, and so we would ask that you approve the proposal. I do have Verdunity called in if you have any questions of Kevin Shepard and AJ Farber.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments they'd like to make? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
2 questions, and I'm really excited about this item, but I just want to make sure, one, that it's going to include the code rewrite, and then are we going to need a budget amendment? Because I think we did not budget $300,000 for it.
Good questions. So number one, we did not include the code rewrite at this time. So once we get the comprehensive plan done, we can go back and we can decide if that's something we would want to proceed with. That would be a separate contract. The second question, with regard to budget, this will cover phase 1 and phase 2 of the project. In this fiscal year, we have $155,000 budgeted for it, and then the remainder will be paid for in next fiscal year, which we have proposed enough to cover the remainder of the cost.
Is there any way to tell if there could be like I don't want to say a discount, but like if it could be cheaper if we do the code rewrite and the comprehensive plan together?
It was more expensive to do both, so that's why we shaved off the code.
Do we know
rewrite.
how much extra that would be?
It was quite a bit more.
Okay. No, I get it. But look, I'm all about saving money, but I also want to make sure if we're going to do this, that we do this right. And I know our codes are in dire need of upgrading. So is there any way we can just get that amount and then we can decide if we want to try to budget for that?
Sure, I can share that amount with you. The other thing I would add is that there are other ways to approach the code rewrite, which could include possibly hiring another staff member, a planner, who could take on that kind of code rewrite that, the comp plan's going to identify all of that. I know that Will has also made his own list, and so they could go through and make those changes as well.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion.
No, it's fine.
Okay, motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 26, please.
Motion by Councilmember Flores-Kell, seconded by Councilmember Ellison, that we approve agenda item number 26. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, really great questions, Councilmember Flores-Kell. Very similar to ones I had, so thank you for clarifying on that. I get your point you're making about doing the bundle, if you will. That if we do the bundle, maybe it's just arbitrary numbers here, $50,000 more. I know it's probably significantly more than that. to do it together, whereas opposed it might be $75,000 separately to do it. So I think that's the line of thinking you were kind of going with. So I appreciate you providing those numbers to the council. I do have, and so just clarifying on that budget comment, if I understood you correctly. So we did allocate $150,000 in the budget this year that came into effect fiscal year of October 1st last year. So you're saying that that 150 that we have in the budget now is going to essentially do phase 1 and 2 of it, and then the other 150 will need to be tackled in fiscal year budget 2022-23. Is that my correct understanding?
Correct. It's 155 this year, and then it would be 145 next fiscal year. And the 155 will essentially do phases 1 and 2, and then the next fiscal year, the 145 would take on phase 3, 4, and 5.
Certainly. So 2 other comments, and then I know you said you have Verduity on the line. Okay, so get queued up, Verduity, because I'm going to ask you a question. So one thing I just want to point of clarification here, because I know we did an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications. So we got a number of respondents back from that. They could say, yeah, we can do all these different things that you want us to do, and we're qualified to do it, and here's X number, or however many reasons why. When we do it like that, though, you can get any number of requests for what it's going to take for them to do that. So you're essentially asking with the RFQ, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, can you do all this scope of work? Yes, we can. And then we went into those negotiations, and then we saw how much it was, and it was not anywhere near what we had budgeted. That's what happens when you do an RFQ. If we had done an RFP and said, okay, this is the amount of money that we had up front, can you do this and that amount of money? We probably wouldn't have got as many respondents back, for one. But that also, it's a different navigating way of getting to the process. So I know there was some frustration last council meeting about the process taking a while. I just want to just make the council aware it's a lot of the times in the direction that we give to staff that can really either make things happen quicker or kind of take the long way around it. Both have their benefits of doing them various different ways. But so I just wanted to, and once again, staff, if I'm incorrect in explaining the differences between those, I'm not too proud to learn as well. So that's just my comments about that. But Verduity, thank you for being present. Thank you for turning on your cameras. We don't always have our guests turn on their cameras. So thank you for that. My quick question, because I know this has been a concern of the council in general, going into a process like this, and certainly putting a lot of money into a plan, which I buy into this type of document because I certainly do think the more engaged we are as a council and a staff, the more likely that this council in particular will abide by and try to carry out the things that they put so much hard work into creating. So I know citizen community feedback is important and engagement is important. Could you all run through, and certainly feel free to be robust about it, your public engagement aspect of this particular piece?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. And just real quick, again, my name's Kevin Shepard with Verdunity. I'll be the principal in charge on the project, and I've got AJ Favre with me as well. AJ will be our project manager. The two of us are the two you'll see the most through the process. I'm going to kick it to AJ here in a sec to talk about the engagement approach, but just to kind of go back a bit and talk about the code conversation. You know, we did, as you just pointed out in our submittal, you know, we responded to everything that was in the RFQ, addressed everything that we could do and how we would ideally address it. And then over the last month or month and a half or so, we've been going back and forth with staff to refine the scope to get within the budget that you had. And really, I had sent Amber an email with some of the things that we scaled back. There were a few components of engagement that got scaled back. The code was something that we removed primarily because we just, although you can do those two together, it tends to work better if you can get through the engagement process and most of the plan first, so we know kind of where and when and how the community wants to develop, and then you can go back and do the code diagnostic and and edit your code there. So you'll probably get a tighter scope and budget for the code update at that point than if we had to just kind of go in with some guesses right now. So that's part of why that was scaled back. But ultimately, what we ended up with is still a pretty robust scope for a comp plan. We did not compromise on the fiscal analysis. That was something that was made very clear that you all wanted, and it's something we believe in as a central part of our approach. So I guess AJ, you want to expand on that and just kind of run through the big elements of engagement?
Sure, AJ Favre with Virginity. So a lot of the engagement elements are designed to elicit 3 different types of engagement with the public. One of those is collecting information from the public. One is educating the public by putting information out to them and bringing them along through the process. And then the third element is that 2-way dialogue that's really important, where people can give input, but then also have some consensus, some collaboration, and then see how that makes it into the final product. So the ways that are still remaining in the project include a number of surveys, in-person meetings, a project website, and some stakeholder interviews. I'll also mention that with many of our clients, typically through their public information staff and or their planning staff, they may often choose to do some additional engagement tools at community events that are already planned, or to push out information through some other channels that the city has, whether that's through a city newsletter, utility bills, things of that nature. And so we can, of course, take in any information that the city would like to collect on their own in addition to those methods that I just described.
And I think just to build on that a little bit more with the project website, we are going to do that as a standalone website, so it'll have its own URL, but we'll also link it up directly with the city's website, which is something that we had talked about with your former communications director. And then on that website, there will be a number of different tools to get different types of engagement. So there is going to obviously be the kind of the front part of it where you just kind of have the timeline and information, but there's also a mapping tool that will work into it. There's a number of different kind of ranking systems. There's also an element in there to do a virtual, like a virtual public meeting or a virtual town hall kind of capability. So we want to try to do the online as well as we can, but something that I think I know AJ and I both feel very strongly about is the in-person engagement and the ability to have that 2-way dialogue, for lack of a better term, on people's turf, on their own turf. So if that's when we are in town, part of our time could be neighborhood walk shops, doing some walk shops through neighborhoods. Part of that could be different members of our team setting up in different local businesses and, and polling or talking to people as they come in or out of the business. We've got it set up to where there's, I want to say 4 or 5 trips that we'll be making, 2 or 3 days for those trips. And one of the very first things that we want to do as part of the scope and the kickoff is to sit down with staff, sit down with the communications department and look at the whole next year, the whole next 12 to 15 months of all of the community events that you have, and put together that very much more detailed engagement plan of where we're going to go and when, and try to get in front of especially kind of the social media element, where we have a good plan for providing you all with some information that you can then share through your social channels. Because I know that was another thing that the former communications person was pretty adamant about, of just controlling the messaging with the community and having it all through the channels that everybody's already familiar with.
Thank you. I appreciate the response on that. Very thorough. 3 comments. One, I know it may seem simple to ask this in this day and age, but it does happen. The website will be mobile friendly and responsive. Fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, We just recently completed our citywide survey that we do annually here in the city of Kyle. And we set a target goal to our staff by the council to get over 1,000 respondents to that, and we exceeded that. And I was very excited about that. Because I think if you look at scientific polls, that is the minimum number that to take any poll seriously, just basically speaking. So definitely looking in my thoughts and estimations, at least a respondent of that. And then finally, I will say, and this is more directed to my colleagues here, a big part of, so we got elected, so that means we know people, and a lot of people know us or are aware of us. So I would ask that Verduity and staff throughout this process to lean on us so we can promote these surveys and responses in order to get the word out that we're doing this. We have a platform to use, council, and I think in order to get the responses and engagement and feedback that we want to get on a comprehensive plan like we're undertaking, and which will be the largest one we've done in the city's history, not only in dollar amount, but as far as the project. Just really leaning on the council to use our channels to help promote those different things as well. Certainly, we love the in-person public engagement, but as I mentioned before, if we can even get engagement through other ways and surveys and different collection of information, I think is great as well, because we all know everybody's busy, can't always come in person, but if we can get as many responses here from our residents and our community, it would be great. That's the end of my comments. I'll yield the floor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mayor. Well, I just want to say thank you for vetting this company. They seem like a really great company. But at this time, I'd love to ask that we postpone this item because we're missing a crucial piece. I can't see us moving forward as a city on a comprehensive plan where we don't even have a planning director in place. That's the most important part of doing a comprehensive plan, is having that planning director and his input. So I'd ask the council to postpone this item until we hire a planning director, please.
I don't think we have a motion yet on the item, so just a request. Is there other discussion?
The only thing that I had, sir, was basically, again, the timeline again, because again, Councilman, we've been talking about this since I've been on the dais for almost 2 years now. So this proposal that I'm seeing here is valid for 45 days, correct, if approved. And then it states here the work will then begin within 12 to 14 months. So is that in between that time for that 45 days is in there, that time frame?
I believe this proposal, the quote, is good for 45 days. So we have 45 days to accept that. And then once we accept that, it will take 12 to 14 months to complete the plan. Is that right, Kevin? That's Yes, he's nodding.
That's right.
I can understand your concern, Mayor Pro Tem, on that, but this is something that we've been talking about for a long time. And so we've gone through this process. We've gone through the vetting process of finding out the company and getting something in place. And I'm very excited about to get this ball rolling, because this is, when I visited some of these cities and they've told me that the comprehensive plan has really benefited their growth, it really inspires me to say we've got to get something going. And that's kind of why I'm for that.
Mayor, if nobody else is going, I'd like
Councilor Florscale.
Thank you. So as excited as I am for a comprehensive plan, and to respond to Councilmember Tobias, my question would be, how many cities do a comprehensive plan without a planning director? I don't think it's responsible for the city to move forward. And I'm glad he brings it up, because I was excited. I just saw it and I was excited. I was like, I want to get it done. 12 to 14 months, I might still be on dais. But ultimately, it's imperative that the city has, some kind of planning director involved in this. I don't know if it's even possible. I don't know what other cities have done it. I don't know if this.
So
I would say that there are cities who do this without a planning director. Obviously, very small cities don't have planning directors. They have city administrators who do that work. I would say you're in very good hands. You have a very competent senior planner. You have a very competent planner on staff, and you have me. And I will shepherd the project through. I think mostly what we're going to be looking for as far as the comprehensive plan goes is community input, right? So while we want the guidance from maybe a planning director or professional planner, I think we have that, but we certainly don't want the plan to reflect his or her wants and needs only, right? We want this to be a community plan. I will also share with you that I feel like we are very close to selecting at least an interim, or we've got a couple of interviews going on. So we are very close to making that selection. But if we could approve this tonight, then I think by the time we get to executing the contract and then starting the process, we probably will have that position filled or some sort of plan for that position.
For me, it's a concern. It's a huge concern. And as much as I feel like we need the residents' feedback, I also feel like we need the feedback of a professional. And I have no doubt that Will can do this job, but that he's still not the planning director. And he'll have his input as well, yes, the other planners. But a huge part of it is why is it almost a year and we still don't have a planning director? No. I didn't. I would like an answer to that, please. I saw the interaction. That makes me highly uncomfortable. There's no direction given.
It's a very pointed question to a staff member related to hiring practices. It's inappropriate. So that's the reason.
That's nowhere inappropriate. I think as a council member, I have the right to know where we are in our staff to ensure that our city is going to be properly staffed and we can grow in a responsible way. I'm not trying to be, it's not like I'm being nosy, right? This is literally my job. And so I do not appreciate that when I look over, there are faces and signs being given as if other people cannot know what's going on. Other people that sit up here that are helping run the city.
Personnel matters.
I am speaking. I'm sorry. I would like to speak with Amber. And I just would like to get your feedback. I hate to put you in this uncomfortable situation, but it wouldn't be that way if there was just some kind of communication.
So I guess my expression is because it is a personnel matter and it's not really appropriate to discuss at this point. But happy to talk offline with you, not in a public meeting when we're discussing personnel matters. The other thing is, I would just say that you are in very competent hands. We have not skipped a beat without a planning director. We're doing more planning, more permitting, better development that has ever come to Kyle, right? And y'all are also leading us through that process. So I would say right now the planning department is in excellent hands and there's no cause for concern. And the comprehensive plan is something that we have this great group of consultants on board. We have an awesome team, and I feel like we can proceed.
Councilor Ellison. Councilor Parsley.
Thank you. My opinion on this is, and I understand the concern of not having a planning director, but still, even if we were to hire somebody right now, there will be some training and adjustment time needed. So this is going to be just like pushing the comprehensive plan months. So that being said, I would like to make a motion to approve item 26.
Second. You made a request. You didn't make a motion.
The motion is made by Councilmember Parsley, seconded by Councilmember Ellison to approve agenda item number 26. Is there discussion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Our planning department is stretched thin right now, and I'm just not comfortable putting this on them as well. We're short members already. We're short the planning director. I mean, we're looking at maybe even adding staff members because of all that they're having to do right now. And when I talk to people, residents, and staff members as well, I know what the stress is right now, and I just ain't comfortable adding more stress to them. Look, The comprehensive plan is important, but this is how important it is that you have to have a full staff that can give the ample time to it. If we do this right now, we're going to shortchange the residents, and this plan is not going to be the most comprehensive plan. It's going to be when staff members who are already stretched thin can come out and work on this. And that's not going to give us the plan that we're looking for. I think that we need to postpone this and wait till we have that planning director role filled so that we can give the residents the most perfect comprehensive plan that we can with all the due diligence that it needs.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. So y'all know me, Mr. History here. So 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, we started this process to create a comprehensive plan. And I see you shaking your head, Councilmember Tobias, because you know. And we rejected the group that was brought forward through the task force, which I was on, to bring forward a recommendation to the council. This was in 2020. And I led the reason for that objection, me and another colleague. This has been going on for 2 years, council. Beginning of 2021, I compelled the council to amend the budget and create a comprehensive plan in 2021, at the beginning of it. No support for that. It did not happen. And so now we are in the middle of 2022, and now yet another reason to not go forward with it. There were umpteen reasons in 2020. I can't even describe what the reasons were in 2021 because I don't think I could articulate what I understood. Now we're in 2022, and now it's the planning director. I know some people get frustrated about this, but I attend the heck out of these planning association conferences, both in this state and across this country. And there are cities all across this country and all across this state that do not have planning directors and do not have planning staff completely filled out. That's any department, USA, in any USA city. So are we going to sit idly by and wait until every little position is filled in order to take action? The second point I want to make is you're selling our staff short as well as what I just compelled and asked us to do. If the 7 of us put our effort into making this the perfect comprehensive plan, and we put our effort into this, and we attend those meetings, or we encourage people to attend those meetings, and we are the staff support, then regardless of a director, who at the end of the day is not a decision maker, the 7 of us are. So I compel the council to stop having reasons for not going forward with this comprehensive plan. We can do this. We can make it great. I believe in this staff. I believe in us and our ability to do it. Let's do it. The motion's on the table. I would like to call the vote.
Second. All right, that's a non-debatable motion. We'll do a roll call vote. A vote yes is a vote to cease debate. A vote no is a vote to continue debate. If we vote yes to cease debate, we will immediately call the question.
Tobias?
Yes. Aye.
Flores Kale?
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Aye.
Parsley?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Rizzo?
Nay.
Ellison?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Now we'll have a roll call vote to approve.
Ellison?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Parsley?
Aye.
Rizzo?
Nay.
Flores Kale?
Nay.
Bradshaw?
Aye.
Tobias?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-2. All right, next up, agenda item number 21, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 5.4 acres of land from agricultural A to R1T, residential townhome, and approximately 4.6 acres RS, retail services, for property located at 951.
It's 27. Agenda item is 27.
That's what I'm reading. What did I say? I said 21. I apologize. I'm reading, to clarify, I'm reading item 27. It's R1T and RS for 951 Windy Hill Road. This item does have a public hearing. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Amber Lewis, Assistant City Manager for the record. I'm pinch hitting for Will Atkinson tonight, Senior Planner. I'll be brief. You have a detailed staff memo and analysis in your packet, But this is to rezone 10 acres from agriculture to retail services, of which is 4.6 acres, and then townhome residential, of which is 5.4 acres. When they were annexed, they were zoned agriculture, which is what happens when the city annexes property. I know y'all are familiar with the uses of both of those zoning districts. So this is compliant with the comprehensive plan. And Windy Hill will be a 4-lane arterial, and so they will be required to dedicate right-of-way and also pay adjacent lane mile fee to help. And then finally, water service will be provided by Monarch, and wastewater will be provided by the city of Kyle, and then power by PEC. And then at the June 14th P&Z meeting, the commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the zoning, and staff supports this request as well.
All right, this item has a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing now. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or questions on this item? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, thank you. Looking at the request letter, it says here that the zoning is proposed for 4.6 along Windy Hill, where it might include a proposed grocery store, correct? Do we have an idea of what kind of grocery store or retail might be interested in that area?
I don't.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm looking at this subdivision as a whole, and one of the things that I'm not seeing here is a park. Am I missing that? If you look at the two proposed properties, and then you look at the Meadows of Kyle, I don't see a park in that area whatsoever. And our ordinance says there's got to be a walking park within 4 minutes of any home. Is there a proposed area for a park here?
Not that I'm aware of, but I believe that will come later. Tonight is just a request to rezone. So they
Okay.
will have to comply with whatever
We bring-
standards as they go through the process.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve item number 27.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 28, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 32.34 acres of land from agriculture to retail services for property located at the north corner of East Ranch Road 150 and South Highway 21 in Hays County. This item has a public hearing. Ms. Lewis.
Good evening. Amber Lewis, Assistant City Manager for the record. This request is rezone 32.34 acres from agriculture to retail services. Here's where it's located, on the north corner of 150 and Highway 21. It's currently zoned ag. And this is compliant with the comprehensive plan. There was a comprehensive plan amendment made in 2021 and approved by council then. TxDOT has 150 and Highway 21. Water would be County Line Sud. Wastewater is none. They're going to do septic, and then electricity, PEC. And then we give a timeline for permits, and then P&Z approved this on June 14th, and staff supports the approval as well.
All right, thank you. If there are no objections, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. It is now closed. Are there any questions or comments? Councilor Florescale.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're just doing the outlined green off where it says, I guess it's the first page, because it seems like there's a couple, like an orange outline to the left, a couple orange outlines to the right. Those we're just rezoning the blue outline. Is that correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And as kind of sad as I am that there's going to be a gas station here, I'm really excited for everything else. And with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 28, please.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Flores Kell, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve agenda item 28. Is there discussion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Amber, real quick, so this is going to be zoning for the retail services. So you're saying they're going to be off septic, and who accrues the charge of emptying that? It's going to be the business, correct? It's not going to be on the city, correct?
I'm sorry, say again?
For the septic tanks, it's going to be the businesses, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, just making sure the city wasn't responsible for something. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilor Ellison.
Yes, thank you. So I know several months back, we reviewed this area for a couple of different things that P&Z recommended. I won't talk about one of the things, but one of them that we did discuss was a node in this area, correct?
Yes, a business park.
Yes. So I guess this goes back to, one large reason for doing a comprehensive plan and code amendments is because I hear what you're saying about a gas station. But, when we approve zoning, we're approving all of the uses that are potentially in that zoning category. And that's another reason why we need these code updates and different things, so we can be very satisfied. Maybe there are new zoning categories that are created and different things with more specific and nuanced uses. But that's the importance of doing things like that, because now we just have a broad RS zoning. There's so many different uses in there. Certainly ones that we'd love to see, i.e. a grocery store, especially for that area in the community. But as well underneath RS, there are the opportunity for convenience stores or gas stations. So just kind of following up, I know on a previous conversation, but that's the importance of doing these comprehensive plans, important of doing these code amendments in order to get the nuance in the code that we want to see, so that when we are rezoning, we're getting more specific to the type of uses we want to see, rather than just a broad swath that these folks can come in and apply for. So I know there's no questions, but those are my comments.
Any other discussion? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve agenda item 28. Is there discussion on that motion?
I think I already made a motion, did I not?
Not this one.
28? Okay.
No, I think she did, actually. Did she, Jennifer?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think I made a motion and the Tobias seconded it.
Yes.
Yeah, he did, I'm sorry. I withdraw my motion. Sorry, she did, I remember.
All right, sorry.
know, 'cause
The
I
public
know.
hearings are the things that throw me off when I do it,
It's all
because
right.
there's before, then a hearing, and then discussion, then a motion, then discussion. I lose track. I do apologize. All right, so we have a motion to approve. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Is there any objection to this item being finally passed? Seeing none, it is finally passed. All right, next up, agenda item number 29, consideration and possible action to approve PR4 Constant Technologies addition at Public Safety Center in the amount of $1,109,000 and change. Mr. David Harding.
Mayor and Council, Dave Harding, AGCM, Project Manager on behalf of the city for the Public Safety Center. Thanks for having me tonight. Mayor, as you read, we have roughly just over 1.1 million for the Constant Technologies ad. What this is technology for our Emergency Operations Center. It is technology that was actually budgeted early on in the project underneath the bond, but outside of the GMP, to allow for specific types of technology in the Public Safety Center, namely camera systems, video surveillance, specialty furniture, and the like. That will be included in the center. So we're finally wrapping up all of the different pieces of this. There's obviously been a lot of coordination surrounding this, from quotes to build out and all of these things. We finally were able to coordinate all through design, and this is the final number of this. So the number you're looking at includes everything. This is for the equipment itself. This is also for the build out of the center to accommodate. I'm happy to take any questions on this one.
All right, any questions for Mr. Harding? Councilmember Flores Kell.
Thank you. I just have one. We are not going to use any contingency money, correct? This is all just going to be bond money?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
with
right.
that,
So this would come out under the bond. Bond ceiling at 37 million. We would be, we have a line item designated for this, roughly, it's just over $3,076,807 for technology, FF&E, furniture, fixtures, equipment, as well as a specific Southwest Solutions. You all may remember that approval for specialty equipment, evidence storage, lockers, gun lockers, and the like. So this can fall within that category and be accommodated.
okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 29.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Flores-Cal, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, that we approve agenda item number 29. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, so I guess when we're talking about the technologies, we're talking about the entire thing inside the building, right? That includes card readers.
We are not, and that's a good question. So what we're
Does that
talking about
include
specifically
cameras?
is EOC. We are the Emergency Operations Center. However, we do have residual funds remaining for those items that are captured. Most of those items, if you remember, are being captured under the GMP already. Anything outside the GMP that has a need for this, there is still going to be some allocated line items for that. So this will not blow up everything. You will have money remaining for those things like
So
that.
just if you can give me a little example of what it would use. Would it be like for the fiber optics? Would it be for the telephone lines?
Some of the things included in this?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a whole list right here for
Okay,
you.
just, I mean, I know it's there, but.
No, absolutely.
Just for the people, for the general public to see.
Yeah, that's-
what this large number is, what's going to be paying for it, or coming out of the bond.
Sorry, to clarify, you want to talk about what
Just like
types
in
of
some
things are included
examples
in it?
of what the technology
Yes, okay.
that's going to be there. Yes.
Control interface, video wall. So one of the main things is we have these massive video walls. So we have what we call video display arrays, just basically arrays of televisions in certain areas for, checking on video surveillance of things. Like you're going to have cameras in there that can actually identify a license plate going through a parking lot
Yes.
without human interaction, which is amazing. Those types of things are next level and forward thinking for police stations these days, and I really applaud Kyle for incorporating those types of tech into their building. That would be, so display arrays and walls would be part of that. Cable TV tuner, owner furnished PC for video conferencing codec. You also have things like, Microsoft Surface Pro tablets, for Cinemassive controls, cameras for video conferencing. Some of these things, I'm not, some of this
Yes.
tech is like beyond so many of us, but encoded workstation inputs, owner furnished laptops. We also have custom conference tables being built as part of the furniture installations. We have, let me see here, just to kind of, because again, I agree the general public deserves to know what's going into this stuff.
Just be careful not to share anything.
Right, yeah,
that
you
was
guys, I was
classified.
going to
Yes,
say,
yes.
like,
Okay.
just
Lots
keep
of
it general.
information,
Just,
because-
Fair
there's some
Yes.
stuff there.
Floors of jail.
Yes,
Understood.
Yeah, just keeping it general
want,
as far as like,
police officers coming
This
over.
is a
what
sweet
it is.
spot right there you got to hit.
Yeah,
Roger that.
yeah, here's the security camera for this specific room, yeah. But it's just in general of what it is, because I work in a facility like what's being built, and just the technology that we have is just, it's pretty amazing, and it's much needed.
Yeah.
And so forth, so it really helps with keeping the place secure and safe and all that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Absolutely,
it.
man, my pleasure.
All right, any other discussion? We have a motion on the table, correct? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 30, consideration and possible action to approve the addition of the Vibe Trail Option 2 at Public Safety Center in an amount not to exceed $340,000. Mr. Harding.
So what this is, Mayor and Council, is a rough order of magnitude. What we have is the Vibe Trail that you're building all around the city. There is also going to route past and beyond the Public Safety Center. And so it has been posed that we can possibly capture this inside, underneath the bond ceiling. We do have the money to do that. There were two options that were proposed early on through the design and through the city. And really the only difference between those two options was just a small extension of the trail in one specific location versus the other, and the city opted to go with the more robust of the two options. So again, we have a rough order of magnitude. What that means is the $340,000 that you're looking at here, it's not going to exceed that. It will likely come under that, but we have to umbrella to a place where we're conservative and comfortable, and again, very likely will come under that number. And this is just to accommodate this 12-foot wide Vibe Trail. I wish I could put this up on this. Oh. Would that be useful?
Oh, we've got it here.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
we
Yeah,
have
that's
it.
right.
in
You
our
have the
packet
packet.
material.
Good. So you can see it here, and it kind of calls out all the different areas, but you're essentially looking at a 12-foot wide concrete trail that will interlock and, interlace with the rest of the city's Vibe Trail along the Public Safety Center.
All right, any questions for Mr. Harding? Councilman Bradshaw.
Yeah, David, last time we spoke, you said that there was an alternative option for paying or finding funding for the Vibe Trail as opposed to taking away from money that should be in the building?
Right, so we talked about contingency, so we're not doing that. So we're not looking to take this out of construction contingency, but what we are looking to do is put this underneath the bond ceiling. So outside the GMP, not contingency related at all, underneath your total bond ceiling, you do have the money to accommodate it there.
But it's still taking money away from what we would need to finish out the building.
No, you actually have, so you have a surplus. I actually have the numbers here. And these have been sent to mayor and council as well. What you have is a $37 million bond ceiling, broken down very roughly. You have about, just over 30 million in your GMP, which is your construction for Bartlett Cock. You have your design and consultant fee, which includes us, your design team, your testing and balancing at just over, it's like about 2.3 million. You've got about 93,000 in your material and testing. For furniture, fixtures, equipment, which we just discussed with technology and furniture, you have a little bit over 3 million. And so that puts you at a total of about $35,766,380. Again, with a bond ceiling of 37, you have a residual $1,233,620. So if you were to take, let's just say, this 340 not to exceed Vibe Trail out of your residual $1,233,620, you would still have $893,620 remaining in your bond on this building. Is that?
Kind of. That's not at all what I thought you were referring to when we had the conversation, but that's fine.
I apologize if I misrepresented.
No. It was probably on my end, but thank you. Yeah, I just don't know if I can support taking money away from the Public Safety Center to build a sidewalk that was not even proposed in the original design of the building or project.
I understand that, yeah.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. Is there any way that we can push this to the end of the project just to make sure that we are going to have that amount available, just considering of all the possible things that could happen or we might be missing at the end of the completion of it?
You certainly can, absolutely. This is just a proposal. And
Yeah,
I
I would
wanna
like
make
to
that clear.
push this to the end if, I don't know if anybody is opposed to that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, David, I'm not comfortable taking this out of that fund either, but I know we do have some bond money from our trail system, our park system, that we could look at as well. So there's some other avenues we can pursue.
Sure.
But I'm not comfortable taking this out of the bond for the Public Safety Center.
No problem. And the good news is we do have some, they're very rough. We do have some preliminary designs on this already in place that we can utilize at any point, right? So we're going to hang on to that. We're going to keep that for the city at such time that you want to engage this again.
We'll definitely have to find a funding source for it. I think it's a great trail.
Yeah.
I'm just not comfortable where we're proposing pulling the dollars out of. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. So my first comment is going to be, it's going to be a question, actually. The surplus that we have, does that include the future designs that we're going to create once staff is no longer in that building? Because what I don't want to do is leave that building and have another council at another time have to figure out how to turn it back into just a public safety center. So does our surplus currently include that?
So there is not a line item for that in the original budgeted amount. I will say that this being a GMP project, and specifically a CM at risk GMP project, whatever doesn't get spent under this bond is of course returned to the city. So that those funds can be used at the city's discretion at that point. If you were to allocate for future endeavors down the road, sure, you could do that. But again, I will say there's nothing budgeted for that right now.
Okay, so my concern is we have a future road bond coming up. And as we are all aware, we need new roads. And so my fear is if we use this money in a way that the residents don't approve, that they may not approve the next road bond or next bond that we need, and then we're really in a pickle. So I would like to see money for the Public Safety Center stay within the Public Safety Center for more than one reason, but mostly because I want to keep that trust with the public.
Sure.
Thank you.
I've got some thoughts on this. So, number one, I want to go back to the Vibe trail system just in general and make sure that council's aware of the signal, the messaging that we're sending out, because right now, we're negotiating deals with developers all around, and we are telling them that as a part of their project, they have to construct the city's Vibe Trail system on their property as a part of their project. So the question I would ask is, what kind of signal are we sending if we have the funds available without touching anything that we have planned at this point? And we have funds available in the bond proceeds to construct the Vibe Trail system, and we just don't do it. The signal it sends to me, which I think is the actual signal, is that we really don't believe in this trail system. Secondarily, the Public Safety Center was designed and budgeted to be the example across the board of what kind of development pattern we wanted to see in the city of Kyle. So that goes back more than two years. So the choice of brick, the choice of landscaping, the upgrades that we made throughout, low impact development, just on and on down the list we go. We wanted to show the development community by this project exactly what kind of standard that we wanted to set. And so while I can understand the desire for a variety of reasons maybe to not construct this, I really want to strongly encourage the council to consider going ahead and taking the money that we have in excess to construct the Vibe Trail system. We are not taking money out of the Public Safety Center in order to do this. We are putting it into the project, into the property boundaries to construct, just like we have to construct trees and landscaping and upgraded fencing. All of that is a part of this project, and we do have it within our budget to make this upgrade. We did increase the budget for the Public Safety Center before we took it to the voters, specifically in case there were things that came up that we wanted to use money to enhance. And this is as far as I can tell, the bullseye for one of the ways that we might want to enhance our project to construct that trail system, because directly to the south, there's going to be a project come forward, and we're going to want to tell them they have to construct the Vibe Trail. And if we don't construct our end, then we can't tell them that they have to construct their end, because they won't connect. And if we're not connecting it, if the city's not doing it on the city's dollar, then I really don't know where we go from here, because we're all aware that we've made those demands and requirements of the development community. So those are my thoughts. I'm very much in support of this. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, we're not saying not build it. We're just saying let's find a funding source for it. I think the Vibe Trail is very important. I'm just worried about some change orders that are coming forward with the Public Safety Center that will really bring down that reserve, especially with the cost of material right now. I'm just worried of touching those dollars right now and then falling short on this bond, because there's a lot of things that need to be changed in the Public Safety Center that we're talking about, and I don't know who's going to be responsible for those changes. So that's what my concern is right now. But I'm not saying not build it. Let's find a different funding source right now until we can figure out what's going to go on with the Public Safety Center.
I do want to just add this too, just to kind of round out the council's full understanding of the project. I mentioned kind of a breakdown of the bond ceiling, and we talked about the GMP itself. And so again, just as a reminder, within the GMP, you also have robust contingency pots for specific things. Your owner contingency, almost $400,000 remaining in that alone, with escalation as well, and CM contingency. So you do have some things available. I do not have an opinion one way or the other on this one. I just want to make sure I communicate all the information for your use.
Councilor Tobias.
Okay, thank you, sir. I understand where you're coming from, Mayor. We're getting developers to come in. This is what our expectations are. We want to be able to build the Vibe Trail and so forth. I do. But I just would have to kindly disagree, because in this sense, this is still bond money. This is still bond money that we are allotted to for the completion and for further possible change orders that we have to have. With everything that's going up, with all the change orders that we're hearing from the engineering department saying that, prices are going up on product, supply, whatever it is, it's a matter of caution right now. And I understand where Ms. Ms. Bradshaw is coming from. Was there other ways or other money that we were going to be able to fund this if we were to do this? I understand we want to be able to have that connectivity. We want to have that green space. But I just kind of caution about us spending $340,000 right now on the trail, which I understand what its full purpose is, even though the money is still allotted for just the police station, for that. And so with that, I'm not in support of this for right now, at this time.
Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. When I was reviewing this item this weekend, I had this kind of debate within my mind as well that's happening right here on this dais. And in one part, I completely agree with the sentiment that, want to make sure that we're getting everything we can into the building, the public safety center. I mean, listening to the previous item, this is not only going to be the grandest building the city's ever built, but it's also going to be the most technologically advanced building the city will have ever experienced, probably in this county, to be quite honest with you. So I certainly understand that, and that makes a great impression on me. I certainly understand and I appreciate the mayor's comments, though, and I don't think they should be taken lightly because a couple of things. One, the larger vision of the Vibe Trail. The biggest part that gets me so excited about it is the equity of the trail. Being able to get people from all around our city, from subdivision to shopping centers to parks to the public safety center, in an equitable way, that you don't even have to have a vehicle to get there, and a number of different things. So that part makes an impression on me as well. And you all know this, at least those that were around throughout the design of this, I had a big push on LID with this building. Does that go towards public safety? Does that go towards, all those things? Was that proposed in the bond? No, not necessarily. But it was in that same mindset of, when we construct something in this city, we want to set an example of exactly what we're asking the developers to do in our city. So, i.e., you're talking about the Vibe Trail, i.e., low-impact development, green infrastructure, those things like that. Those two huge rainwater harvesters that we have on this building. Another example, does that go towards the public safety? No, but it's a big, important pack of low-impact development, as well as the landscaping throughout the entire plot of land. So I see that, and therefore that's why I'm on the fence. But I think where I will fall off the fence on one side is that I want to do this to set that example and do exactly everything that the mayor is talking about and setting that example, whether it be with the Vibe, whether it be with LID and such and so forth. I just would be inclined to either, as Councilmember Parsley said, wait towards the end, or, as Councilmember Bradshaw alluded to, finding another funding source. I think this council has shown time and time again that if we are committed to something and we want to fund it, we will find a way to figure out to do that. And so that's, I guess, where I'm going to fall on the side of the fence here, is that I like to do this project. I think we should do this project. I see you balking at me, Mayor, but I think
you're right. Yeah,
I think that we should find either, as the council members spoke initially, Councilmember Parsley, either waiting to the end or finding a different funding source to do this, because I do believe in the Vibe Trail and what we're doing with that across the city.
All right. Any other discussion? I think we'll just move on. So,
Well, I think Councilmember Ellison made a great point about finding another funding source, because I think it's a great addition to the trail. I don't want to see it go away, but I'm just a little worried about spending dollars from a bond on when we're still not complete with the building. So what I would like to see is, as a council, find a funding source to finish this part of the trail off. And that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Rizzo. There's no way anyone's going to convince me to take this bond money and put it to a Vibe. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to instruct staff to find an alternative source of funds for the Vibe Trail around the Public Safety Center.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Florescale, seconded by the mayor. Is there discussion on the motion?
Just for the sake of getting it right, you said a funding source. I would like, if there are multiple options.
I will amend it.
I would like to know options rather than just one, if we can at all. But
okay, I'll amend my motion to be a motion to direct staff to find as many funding sources that is not the bond to fund the sidewalk and trail around the Public Safety Center.
All right, that's amenable to the second. Is there discussion on that motion?
Mayor, I have an answer. So Pervez and I spoke about this earlier. The other funding source is the general fund. You know, absent any sort of grant at this point, there is not a dedicated funding source other than bottom line. To David, though, you know, this is a project that is built concurrently with the improvements, the flatwork improvements of the Public Safety Center. So if you've seen the diagram, this is the sidewalk out front of the building, the path adjacent to the building, et cetera. So it really does need to be built concurrently with these improvements. So it's a design and a construction that can't be delayed.
So, okay, but, hang
So
on.
you hit on a point.
So the motion was made to find another funding source. If you bring this back with a different funding source, then we have the opportunity to approve it within this scope. My question would just be, if the case comes that we don't exhaust all of our 37 million when the time comes for reimbursement, would this 340,000 that perhaps we would spend from the general fund be reimbursable from bond proceeds at that point, which would kind of go to the other points that have been made about making it the last thing.
Right, so just from a city manager perspective, it was part of the overall site improvements contemplated in the bond language. Paige has read that language, and I'll have her respond as well.
I mean, it's ultimately a policy decision for the council regarding my understanding of the bond law.
Is it legal for us, if we have $340,000 left over in bond proceeds that we didn't spend, to reimburse ourselves from the general fund for the Vibe trail system that Bartlett Cock installs as a part of this project?
I might ask for some assistance from bond counsel on this question. Okay, there you go.
For the record, the answer was, it's fine.
Bond counsel
Mayor
says
Mayor
it's
Pro
fine.
Tem, you've got
Let
the
me,
floor.
let me just weigh in real quick. So Scott, the original sidewalk in the front is going to be funded by the bond. It's the proposed on the side that's not. So the original sidewalk in the front does come from the bond, so we have to exclude that from the proposal because.
It's not a Vibe trail.
So the original sidewalk was not wide enough to be at the Vibe Trail, and that's the issue.
Oh,
And
okay.
neither was the path. So the path around the side also came from the bond, but again, wasn't wide enough. So these are to shore up and make it wide.
Yeah, I think
So-
I'd be comfortable with finishing up the front, even extending it a little bit and having that come out of the bond because that was proposed in the bond, the front sidewalk. It's the Vibe Trail on the side that I would have an issue with,
Yeah,
but
the trail on the side, I think, was originally proposed to be 8 foot. And I'll look at David for that, but I think it
Yeah.
was 8. So these are just to widen to 12, the front and the side, and then to create that little tail under the bridge. Correct, correct. Widen the existing, which was already going to be in the bond.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, Councilor.
Thank you.
Parsley.
Why can't this wait till the end?
It can wait till the end. It can wait until later. There will come a point at which this becomes prohibitive to Bartlett Cock in terms of extended general condition days to their contract. So it behooves you in a way. You have a contractor on site who's already mobilized, who has the capability and sophistication to do this for you. If you're able to engage him at the right point, and I will find out when that is for you. I already have that in my mind to do, and I wish I actually had already thought that through. But I will get that for you. Kind of the point of no return before you start to see and/or incur delays by means of extended general conditions. I can find that drop dead date for you out. I would say that would be the date at which you would want to heavily consider yes or no on this, because at that point you then consider letting this go from Bartlett Cox scope, engaging a separate contractor, paying mobile. I mean, it's just you're going to pay a little bit more of a premium to engage a separate contractor than to engage the one you already have on site.
I understand. My thing is, like, if right now we have a surplus.
Right.
But we have all seen what happened with La Verde. And then, like, the lift station didn't get put in the plans, and then we had to add that to the cost of the project. What I don't want to see is, like, you know, a month and a half from now, there's something we're missing, and then the surplus keeps going. It's going to go down. So if you wouldn't mind bringing back, when is the deadline that we have to make this decision? I would really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
If we cannot find additional funding, which is the motion that was just made.
And if we're fortunate enough, we may actually find that that date, whatever it is, may coincide with a certain percentage of completion that leaves the council with a certain level of comfortability at that point in the project completion. And you can say, okay, we've executed the majority of this contract. The likelihood that something blows up at this point is probably less, and then therefore maybe it makes sense, something like that. But I'm happy to, I'll get that for you.
So, are you
Mayor
you
Pro
done,
Tem.
Danielle? Okay, so the happy medium is that we've already allocated dollars for some of this. So let's deduct those dollars that we had from the original price that you gave us a minute ago of 330. Let's find out what those dollars are. And then the only funding source you have to do, what's the additional?
I think that's what this is.
That's what this is.
Okay.
Yeah, I should clarify. This is for the additional work involved. This would be over and above what was already allocated.
So what are we looking for to find now? It's not the 300 and some $1,000. It's, because we've already had some dollars allocated for sidewalks and that. What are those dollars that were allocated for that?
I'm not sure what the original amount was. David, do you have that?
I don't have that right offhand, but I can get that for you as well.
I'm not sure. 330 though gets us to, from 8 to 12.
But if we've got those original dollars already proposed in the bond, we've already told the residents we're gonna spend that on it. So we could add those dollars and then add what we're short.
Well, I think if we didn't vote on this, we just said, we're not taking it, we're building it to spec, it would be an 8-foot sidewalk.
Correct.
That gets built. So we have to give some kind of signal to
That's
Barba
correct, that's
Cop
right.
whether we want to do this or
That
not.
is
So
correct.
my proposal and my opinion is that this is a priority project for us to complete concurrently with this. If there's a desire of council to make sure that we're not depleting the bond proceeds and we want to use general fund dollars now, I think that's something that we could probably do, especially because bond council has told us that if we didn't exhaust all of our funds, then we would be able to reimburse for that. But I think it's important that we send a message that we do want to construct this. So I would prefer, as opposed to the motion, to have them, there be something brought back to just approve it, but to instruct finance to take this out of general fund as opposed to bond proceeds. And I'm curious if that's something that council would support so that we can get this thing off high center without dealing with the, without impacting the bond budget at all. Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. I think there is no better show of proof that we are serious about this vibe than to put it in our budget and then pay for it that way. Instead of saying we want to pay for it with a bond, we can just go ahead and pay for it ourselves. And at the end of the 10 years or whenever, at the end of the time, we have extra money, we can replace it according to the bond council, we can replace that money. But I think showing the developers that we are willing to spend our own money outside of a bond, I think that shows real commitment. So I would like to call the question, please.
So, all right, the question has been called. Is there a second?
Rephrase,
Hang on.
reword
The question's been called. Is there a second? All right. All right, so the question has been called. There's been a second, so we'll do a roll call vote to cease debate.
Parsley?
Aye.
Rizzo? Tobias?
Aye.
Ellison?
Nay.
Bradshaw? Aye. Mitchell?
Nay.
Flores Kale?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 4-3. Roll call vote on the motion to direct staff to bring back multiple funding sources related to this item.
Bradshaw? Aye. I'm sorry, what was that? Aye. Aye, okay. Tobias?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Flores Kale?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Aye.
Ellison?
Aye.
Parsley?
Aye.
All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 31, consider impossible action on a proposal from AGCM for project management services for the proposed 104 South Burleson project and to authorize the city manager to execute a contract in an amount not to exceed $211,152. Amber Lewis.
Good evening, Amber Lewis, Assistant City Manager for the record. You have a proposal in your packet from AGCM to provide project manager services for the building at 104 South Burleson. It will be similar in scope to the project management services they provide at all our other projects. If you have any questions of AGCM, Ryan is here to answer those questions.
All right, does anybody have any questions on this item? Councilmember Floresca?
I just have a comment. I really like ACGM. I think they have great customer relationships. They're very thoughtful. And with that said, I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 31.
Second.
Yeah.
Motion by Councilmember Floresca, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, next up are agenda items 32 through 34. They are all related. Is there any objection to me bringing them up together? Agenda item 32, consider possible action on a public improvement district deposit agreement by and between the City of Kyle, Texas and Meritage Homes of Texas LLC, Limestone Creek. Agenda item 33, consider possible action on a development agreement by and between City of Kyle, Texas and Meritage Homes of Texas LLC, Limestone Creek. And agenda item 34, consider possible action on a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, accepting a petition for creation of a Limestone Creek Public Improvement District. Ms. Amber Lewis.
Amber Lewis, Assistant City Manager, for the record. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Matt, if you could pull up the PowerPoint that I emailed you earlier today, that'd be great. Before you tonight, you have a deposit agreement, which is similar to all PIDs. They are deposit to pay for all the consultants that the city uses to help them through the PID process. The next item is the development agreement, and I'll kind of point out some of the things that that they're going to provide as part of that. And then the final is the resolution and setting a date for the public hearing. Let me see. Okay, so I think what is really important to understand is the community benefits that the PID TERS is going to provide. And so they're going to build their portion of Waterstone Boulevard, whoops, what happened? Okay. With landscaping, hardscape, that's $5.4 million. Goforth Boulevard and storm drainage, and that's significant drainage improvements to the Quail Ridge development as well. Amenities, parks and trails, and $2.8 million, and then wastewater lift station and forest main, and the pro rata share of offsite elevated storage water tank. And we do have Elliot Jones with Meritage Homes here tonight. Do you have questions of him?
Sounds good. You have some comments?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Elliot Jones, Meritage Homes, Division Vice President. If you don't mind, let me flip back to here, introduce myself. Meritage Homes is not presently building in the City of Kyle. We have in the past. We built in Woodlands off of FM 150 on the east side, and we didn't develop that community. We're proposing to develop this community, and just so you know a little bit about Meritage, we've been the Energy Star Partner of the Year for the last 9 years, and we have made an unparalleled commitment to energy efficiency for a public builder, and this award is something that's given out by the EPA. Every home we build has spray foam insulation, multi-speed HVAC, and kind of several other features. Sorry, I'm making you sit through the commercial, but anyway, it's really cool. Check it out sometimes. We have like the video doorbell and the Inconnect series and the remote control garage door, the smart door locks and the smart thermostat, this type of thing. We also are an Avid Award winner, which is a post-close customer satisfaction survey that's given to our customers. And so anyway, it's something that we're proud of. We just high level, and I'll answer any questions that you have, but this property, you previously zoned it, and it has a prelim that predates the city's thoroughfare plan. And so we approached the city about a year ago and worked with staff on some financing district alternatives to improve the plan, the prelim. And so what you see before you is what this looks like. Previously, it had 708 lots. This one has 682, so it's 24 fewer. which is the result of adding Goforth Boulevard and the roundabout there on the east side, which you can see. That will include drainage improvements that will, and the road will extend to the south edge of Quail Ridge. If you're familiar with Quail Ridge, it's got drainage issues and some flooding issues, and this will significantly improve that situation. And then, of course, we'll build that up to the north boundary line. Project will include an amenity center with a pool, cabana, restrooms, splash pad, playground, parking area. We'll have over 5,000 linear feet of trails. This Goforth Boulevard will also include 12-foot sidewalk on one side, 5-foot on the other. Again, it's 2,800 linear feet, and it's a 52-foot pavement section. We'll also, this property has a development agreement with the city, and what we're proposing in this is an amended and restated development agreement. The previous one had us building 2 lanes of this Waterstone Boulevard. That right-of-way was condemned by the Waterstone Development, which is the LaSalle Group to the east, which is in the city of San Marcos. But they condemned that, and so they have a separate development agreement that provides that they'll build the first 2 lanes, and we'd come in and build the second 2. By doing it this way, all 4 lanes will be built at once, which I think is actually kind of better for all parties involved. So anyway, as Ms. Lewis just kind of walked you through, these are our community benefits that we're proposing as a result of the project. I'd like to thank Norton, Rose, Fulbright, and Samco because they really kind of stepped in here and helped put a bow on this so we could get it before you. And it's been a long time coming. We've been working on this for about a year. So I'll stop there and take any questions.
Well, I just want to actually commend you for your steadfastness because you have been working on this project and it is complicated. I don't know how many layers of complexity there are, but it's probably one of the more complicated projects just from an infrastructure standpoint to deal with the challenges of pipelines and drainage and neighboring subdivisions that have problems that you're trying to solve as opposed to add to, which I think probably is resolved here. So this is one of those examples, in my opinion, of an East Side project that really that steps up to the plate. So for myself, I want to just commend you. Is there discussion on this item? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about your amenities, the pool and cabana. Is that just for the residents in the subdivision, or is that? Sorry. My fault. Yeah, sorry, I was just wondering about some of the amenities. I know the pool is probably going to be just for the residents, but as far as the playscape and that, is that open to the public?
Sir, it's actually contemplated as a private amenity for the benefit of the residents.
Okay. I mean, it's great for the residents. I'm just thinking about the other people that live around there, what we could do in this project, Scott, to try to bring another little park in that area, because there's nothing really in that general area. We do have parks down 150. I was just thinking of something in that area that would be beneficial to maybe the people that are in Quail Ridge and that.
Well, Quail Ridge is getting a major financial benefit in drainage improvements that are
And I really
that have been plaguing them.
I really appreciate that because this is one of the reasons that I'm going to approve this project. I'm just trying to see if there's something we can do extra. But yeah, definitely, I'm in favor of this because of what it's going to do for the residents of Quail Ridge. It's a great amenity. I'm just trying to see if there's something we could come up with, try to bring something else to the residents in that area.
Council member, I apologize. Let me, as I sit here and think about the pool and splash pad are in an enclosed area. The parking area in the playscape, that's not restricted access in any way. It'll be maintained by the HOA, but it's not, that part's not otherwise.
Oh, okay, that's all I wanted to know. I know the pools have to be, because of the safety features, I know that has to be restricted, but knowing that the playscape there is open to the general public, I'm good with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I might also add, it's very close to the Cool Springs ponds,
And trail
fishing
system.
ponds, and outdoor development there, so that is a city park.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott.
Councilor Ellison.
Yeah, and I want to thank the comments, though, because it's not unprecedented either that we've worked with developers to provide public amenities. We had one down, the folks, Daniel's group. I'm forgetting the name right now, but that big, huge public pond that everybody's going to be able to enjoy. So there is precedent for that, so I appreciate the question. I see there are a number of ponds on here. Could you just describe what those would actually be? There's like 6 of them or so. Are those just detention or?
Yeah, they're just
okay.
detention ponds. Yep.
Maybe put detention on there. But so I do appreciate the comments. My comments, though, were more relation to the variety in housing. There's 2 different sets here. I've been a proponent of variety in housing for several years in this city, including townhomes. So because people graduate through their home needs and what they want as far as that goes throughout their progression in life. So I'm always a fan of trying to get a variety there, so I do appreciate that. I do also see that all the townhomes will be done within the first 2 phases as well, which is great. The only other comment I had, because I did not see that in the agenda items, is there's a TERS in your slide there. Tell me what that's about.
Councilmember, I've got some smart consultants with me that I might have to rely on if we get too much into the technical details of the TERS. But the idea here is I'm trying to use this project to maximize the contribution in terms of infrastructure to the city. And that's sort of been the theory, to make sure that we deliver the infrastructure that you want. And the specific reason for using the TERS is to capture enough value through future bond sale in order to finance these improvements. Anything short of that, and I have to peel stuff out. So that, and that's been part of the year-long process that we discussed, but it led to kind of this inclusion of go forth and associated drainage improvements, basically.
Okay. So, and I'm very much aware of that because we've had that on several different instances. We've had some that have obtained a TERS. We've also pushed back, and developers have come back without the TERS and still done really incredible projects that we've brought into our city even. So this is challenging because my big test for TERS, which I know we gave direction several months back to have a policy on this, but until we have that, my biggest gauge and compass for TERS are what is the greater benefit to the region. And I am very much aware of the issues with drainage and stormwater in the Quail Ridge area. That is something that has plagued those people for far too long. And so I see that as a great benefit, as a regional benefit. I really do. I know typically we have looked at parks and public spaces as that regional benefit. That is a big reason why I've been a supporter of TERS number 2, things of that nature. Sometimes it's not always stuff you can see, though, or at least on the everyday. And so when it comes to that, the drainage issues and the stormwater issues that this area has had, I'm inclined to think that perhaps this could meet that barometer. It's tough, though, because the council can probably tell you, I'm not light on giving out TERS. I really, unless I see a larger benefit to the community and the surrounding area. You're getting a PID, which definitely adds an additional value in order to get a greater value out of your the tract here. And I certainly understand that those have been the hot item as of this past year, the PID-TERS combos. But I just want to generally say to the development community that I'm speaking as Councilmember Dex Ellison. PID-TERS combos are not something that I want to see the development community continue to come with their hat in hand asking for, if I'm going to be quite frank. If you are development community, bring a large regional benefit to those surrounding in the area, improve something that has been a problem in that area. That's why I'm leaning towards support of this project, just because of those infrastructure improvements in areas. If I could request of you and staff to inform all of council via an email a detailed outline of the overall infrastructure improvements that are regionally benefiting, so that we can have that all in one place. That'll be my ask of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tobias.
No, Councilman Ellison, that sounds fair. Yeah, to get a whole broad prospect of that area. Who it's going to
I
impact.
agree with everything you
and
said.
how.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 32 through 34. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item 35, discussion and possible action regarding pay increases for seasonal pool staff with the purpose of providing residents with more public access to the city pool. Councilmember Flores Kale.
Thank you. Can I confirm, when I looked online, it looks like there was a starting pay of $12 an hour for our lifeguards. Is that still correct, Ms. Mariana?
Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. The starting pay is $12, but once certified, they get the $3 increase to $15.
Okay. So I've received a lot of complaints regarding just not having accessibility to the pool. And I know we spent a lot of money on it, fixing it up. So my hope is that we could somehow just pay the seasonal people a little bit more money to be in this hot sun and to do this tedious task of lifeguards so we could utilize our city pool. That's ultimately my goal. So I don't know if we can up it up to, how many hours is the pool open usually?
Well, so the pool's open every day for our summer camp and for our swim team. And then it's open to the public on Fridays and Saturdays, and then all the rentals Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So
if we were gonna staff it for Monday through Friday, here's the deal. It is summer. And there are a lot, especially on the east side, a lot of places and subdivisions that do not have swimming pools. So what I want to offer the residents is an opportunity to just go swimming, which I think is a really basic thing to offer to the residents. And so if we were to staff it, what is a normal, I guess what was it open last year or the year before? What is a normal?
So 5 to 6 hours a day. Except for one day of the week, we shut down for our cleaning.
Okay, and I know you guys are busy. I don't want to overwhelm you guys, but that's my hope for extra pay, is so we can get people who are interested and then want to make some money. But would opening this pool 5 days a week or for more, would that put a big strain on you guys?
So with the recent increase to $15 an hour, we currently we'd have to ask for additional funding in that line item if we were going to increase it anymore. And then it all depends on whether or not the staff that get hired are certified. If they're not certified, it could take 2 weeks, just a little over 2 weeks to get them certified. But if we could pay people more, it always helps.
Well, I know the city of Austin, and I by no means want to look up to Austin, but I know the city of Austin is starting all their employees at $22 an hour. And I'm not suggesting we pay $22 an hour, but maybe $22 for seasonal people. That way we know we're going to eventually not have to continue to pay for the pool. Would be ideal for me. So I'm open to suggestions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Austin did go up to $22 and still cannot fill those positions. So what I'm proposing, and I don't know how council or staff would feel about it, is looking at hiring full-time employees and keeping the pool open year-round. We only have a few months that you can't use the pool. And even in January, when we do the polar bear splash, people are out there enjoying it. I would like to see staff come back maybe with a plan for hiring full-time employees to keep the pool open seasonal, and that way we can get more use out of that pool instead of just concentrating on the summer months. I think that the weather here in Central Texas is still allows our residents to use that pool more than just those few months that we allocate every year. So it just, I don't know how council feels about that, but I would really like to see our pool open a lot more.
Councilor Ellison.
What? Y'all about to make me learn how to swim and come work with the city cop for $22 an hour. Just tell you right now. Tell you right now. I do not know how to swim, but I would learn. You know, I certainly, and we've all gotten these emails. I want to be clear. I think all of council has been getting these emails. And you know, what I tell residents when they reach out, I'm like, we all agree with you. We want this pool open. This is summer. This is Texas. That is the desire. There's no one up here or in staff, I don't think anywhere, that does not want that city pool open. You asked a question earlier. I was going to say the more direct question is, what would be the full time that you would ideally, if staff wasn't an issue with lifeguards and such, the time in which to have the pool open? That's what we're targeting. That's the question there. And so, you know, I've been following different cities and the national news. Nationally, it's a shortage of lifeguards everywhere. Every city is struggling to get them. The latest data I heard that, you know, 10 years ago, 50% of high school students got a summer job. Now it's down to a third. So that is a pipeline that has been drying up. And I'm not saying high school students aren't doing something else really good, but they're not being lifeguards right now. And there's a number of different things in cities across, just to the MPD's point, raising the wage hasn't necessarily solved that problem all the time either, despite my comments earlier. And so it was, I was listening to the end of this podcast to see what the magical solution was on how to fix this. And it was essentially changing what we think of when it comes to lifeguards, whether that's the look, the age, you know, different things like that. I know the city staff and city manager probably were taken back by the comment by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, and I'm not saying that's the solution, but it may take some out-of-the-box thinking sometimes to maybe try and find that solution. But I just wanted to be clear, and I think I probably, you know, I don't try to go out on this branch very often, but speaking for the entire council public, we all want that pool opened as much as humanly possible. And so if it's staff's recommendation that hourly wage increase, because I know it's the 12 coming on, then they get boosted up to 15 with the certification. There's also the $50 sign-on. If they complete the season, then they get another 200, correct?
Correct.
So there's been, I know it's kind of been incremental, but there's been efforts to try and use the carrot of money to bring people in, if you will, and it, you know, it's still not quite getting there. So I don't think 22 is where we go, but 16, 17, what's that magic number that really does do that, if at all? You know, because we could raise it up to $18 an hour and still not get anybody apply. Then what's the solution, right? So, yeah, I don't know, and I know I've just waxed poetic up here for a bit, but I'd like a more strategic and certainly expedited review by staff on what you all really feel like would be the carrot to bring this in. If it is an increase in the wage, what is that wage? What do y'all base that on? I'd like a little bit more nuance and direct feedback from staff rather than just making up an arbitrary number up here on the dais that really doesn't move the needle. That's my concern, council. And so maybe it's increasing the sign-on bonus, because I know sometimes that the sign-on bonus rather than the hourly wage kind of pulls people in. I know at Randolph Brooks we're paying nearly $1,300 for people to sign on to work for a financial institution. We're dealing with the same issues of lifeguards and every other industry there is out there. So I just would like a little bit more nuanced and directed plan rather than just maybe coming up with an arbitrary number up here on the council for an hourly wage that really might not solve the problem and maybe just kind of look like we're genuinely trying to do something, but we're not working smart about it. That's my comments.
All right, Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. So I have a question, Mariana. how many lifeguards do you guys usually need? in a
So we
day
usually
basis?
need 4 to 5 in the pool for up to 30 swimmers. They rotate.
At a time?
Yes.
Okay, because I was thinking more towards what Councilmember Rizzo said, full-time. Now, the pool, I don't believe it is reasonable to open the pool year-round. But I would say probably from April to October. That's something that we could do. Now, I don't know if we would have to budget for full-time employees that the Parks and Rec could use for different projects when the pool is closed. I feel that will give stability to the job, which is something that is lacking right now, and I feel that's why there are so many open positions that probably are not being filled. I wouldn't want to have a part-time job. I mean, I know some kids will want to do that, but even Plum Creek Pool was having a hard time hiring lifeguards. So is that something that we will have to bring to a budget session to try to consider maybe hiring full-time employees for Parks and Recs that are going to be allocated specifically for the pool during certain months of the year? Otherwise, I don't think that we are going to find lifeguards.
You're right. I swim regularly at the YMCA. I'm a member there. I take my kids there as well. And after the $250 announcement and the increase in pay, I went and tried to recruit them. I went and was like, City of Kyle, $250 signing bonuses. Come, we're going to get this park open. And they laughed me out of the room. They were not even remotely interested. The whole lot of them. They were like, no, we do way better here, and it's air conditioned inside and all this stuff.
My husband is a swim coach, and he was trying to recruit people for Kyle.
Yeah,
and
it
he
just did
couldn't
not work.
So, Mayor, staff's completed a thorough review of like all the surrounding cities, what days they're opening, how many lifeguards they have, what they're getting paid. And just to Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo's point, the city of New Braunfels is the one that's hiring the most lifeguards right now, opening the most pools right now, because they are able to train their staff year-round with their indoor facility. So of the cities, I mean, of course, all of them are opening about a couple days a week, paying about $15 an hour. Of course, there's cities who have 18 and 20, but for the most part, we're falling right in within the median. But I haven't seen any other city other than New Braunfels really that's opening all their pools. And we just have one to try and open.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Ellison touched on something that I had been thinking about when I was coming up with this idea, was the age. So if we can't get young people in there, how do we get someone a little bit older in there? And that's with a full-time position. Whether we do the pool year-round or we use them for 7 months out of the year, and then the 3 months that are actually cold in Texas, and really not that cold, we reallocate those staff members to something else, some other type of programming. But I think if we really want to address this, I think full-time might be the way we have to go and target a different age group, because the young group that we've targeted clearly is not working. Austin moved their pay wages up to $22 an hour for lifeguards and still are short several lifeguards. So that didn't help them at all. I'm thinking targeting a different age group and just really thinking about keeping that pool open a lot more, because it's an amenity for our town. And I think it's an amenity that we should try to keep open a little bit longer than we usually do.
Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, thank you. Everybody's hitting on very specific points. Pay, it's summer, full-time. Mayor goes to the Y. New Braunfels has indoor. Okay. As far as the age, I think we've hit it because we've opened it up to everybody, correct? I was actually at in a way, we've kind of opened it up to a certain age group, because I was there when we were doing the walkthrough, and then you had your job fair for the lifeguards. And how many people showed up? 2 people?
Well, 4 at the
Four.
end.
Okay, yeah, four people. So we have to look at not just salary. We can go ahead and say, we're hiring you at $25 an hour. But Ms. Forrescale, you said it's right. It's summer. And you know what? It's 105 out there. And you've got people that are out there 5 hours, and they've got kids. So you never know. Somebody's like, I don't want that liability. I don't know if I can do this job. And being there all day long in that working conditions, because you got to look at not only salaries, but you also got to look at the working conditions itself. Could play a big factor. A lot of these places I think that are doing well have indoor pools, correct? Or just the environment itself. So I do commend you because you have been working hard trying to recruit as many lifeguards. Do we really know the answer? Is it because that the kids or adults just don't want to come out and be lifeguards or get that training and be out there all day long? Or what is it on that end? So it's really, for us, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with just seeing who's available to want to come and be lifeguards, I guess, on that end. But I think if we continue to just say we're going to increase the salary, we still might be in the same boat. You know, we can go ahead and say, yeah, we're going to match Austin, but will we get those recruits? Will we get those applicants to where we could be able to have the pool open after a certain amount of hours? Because then again, you know, it is hot. You know, you got to close it after a while because it becomes a danger for the children, correct? You got to be able to have intermediate recess on occasion. So I think we're just kind of in the same spot as everybody else in trying to figure out how we can recruit more lifeguards, but at the same time, you know, how can we keep them as well? And is money the real issue?
Well, it's definitely an industry-wide issue and not just the aquatics. It's, you know, several jobs and different professions. But to your all's point, we did like, oh, well, maybe we're targeting the wrong group. You know, let's get these school teachers that are off, or, you know, a lot of homeschool moms go out there. So we've tried to spread the word as much as we possibly can. But the hiring event was open to everyone, and we do market the job vacancies to all ages. We don't just target one group.
Councilor Ellison.
And certainly, I hope you all know in my comments, I wasn't alluding that you all targeted a certain group. I just think it's sometimes the mindset that we have of what that lifeguard looks like. You know, it's not the Sandlot lifeguard. What was her name? Peppercorn or whatever? Yeah.
Typically, yeah.
Anyway. But I was just curious, Brooke?
Brooke, yeah.
Yes.
Brooke is here.
I remember.
And she's been working really hard this last week.
Yeah, I feel like you moved up for a reason. Do you have any comments or anything that you'd like to enlighten us with? I know you came from another city as well. Perhaps there's something you could add to the discussion, but...
She's done a lot of research.
Mayor Council, Brooke Collins, for the record. Previously, working with Round Rock, it's always been an issue to get lifeguards. We've done promoting in schools, going to schools during their lunchtime, trying to find lifeguards, and it's just been a struggle throughout. So, in all honesty, you know, we've tried really hard to recruit, and I think it's just going to be, it's going to be an issue no matter what pool you have or anything like that. Unfortunately, I don't have anything else to add other than what Mariana has already said. So.
No, I appreciate it. You know, that's the unique thing we have when we get folks from other cities. They can perhaps shine a light on different things. Even you reiterating what we may have already been talking about is helpful. So thank you for stepping up, Brooke.
Okay, so it's been a good discussion. Does anybody have a proposal about how to, is there anything actionable that we, you know, any action that we want to take to try to have an impact this summer on helping get lifeguards? Because that's the question. Councilor Parsley.
Is there any way that maybe we can start with an $18 an hour now, and then we can discuss during budget season about hiring full-time employees to be added to, you know, for next year's?
That's a significant jump.
Well, I just would think that if we've already been losing days, that's wages that we are saving. So if we applied those saved wages to the remainder of the summer, we could probably still manage
at least
it
we can
within
get
budget.
it moving.
Or a signing bonus, increase the signing bonus?
Yeah,
Something flashy and splashy.
we would have to run the numbers again, because when we ran it over the weekend, with as many hours we're trying to give the 10 people that we do have and already increasing them $3 each a piece, we didn't have it budgeted to really pay much more. So we'd have to work with the numbers. But we can do that. And then see if we can offer more.
So we're going towards the wages or the sign-on bonus? Because those are two different things.
I would.
I just don't feel like it's gonna make a difference. I think we've got to start looking at a different route. Because like I was previously stated, Austin went up to 22 and still can't fill those positions. So I don't think it's a dollar amount. I think it's trying to find a different solution.
That's why I'm inclined to lean towards the sign-on bonus. And I like how we do it, is there's a certain amount up front, and then there's the other half on the back end to make sure you kind of complete what you're doing, right? Because money in hand is, that bird is worth more, right? So that's what the sign-in bonus is. The hourly wage, you have to actually work that. And I know the intention is to have them work that. But I feel like the stronger carrot, to me at least, is the sign-on bonus, because you're getting, you know, maybe it's 50 now, maybe it's, I don't know, 150. And then another
200 when you finish.
200 when you finish, maybe we bump that up to 300. I don't know. But I feel like that, for me, and if I'm just going back to my mindset of back then, I'd be more inclined for the sign-on bonus than I would probably with the hourly wage.
The other dilemma we're facing is availability. Like, yes, we do have 10 lifeguards, but their availability is kind of all over the place right now. So we're having to open the pool based on when they're available. And
Will that be because they have additional jobs?
mostly because they are the younger population, the band camps, sports camps, extracurricular, family vacations. A few have second jobs, and then a couple college kids are doing their internships. Yeah.
Could we perhaps maybe agree on one or the other, and then at our next council meeting, obviously that's 2 weeks and, you know, time, but maybe get a feedback from staff on whatever we incorporated, if that's moving the needle at all, and then maybe we can pivot. I know this is important to all of us to try to get the pool.
I agree, because if anything, it could be set the parameter for next season.
My thought would be to, if we're going to give staff direction, the direction is to bring back a plan and set an expectation for what we want. So that's budgeting for outcomes, which is where if we just throw another number at it and staff comes back and says, didn't work,
Right.
then we're not really providing the leadership. The leadership is, we have an expectation, our pool needs to be open this many hours. You tell us what to do to get there, and then we'll hold you to that standard.
Agreed.
That would be my preference for how to handle it. And then the responsibility for thinking outside the box is not on us, it's on the staff at that point.
I feel like Scott's burning.
I just worry about that because, you know, staff's gonna open the pool and they're gonna take time from other duties that they need to be at to open the pool. And really, it's the environment right now. We just don't have young people that want to fill those roles right now. And to put that on staff, it's tough. Well, any person, yeah.
So one of the assignments I gave Brooke,
But usually, typically, in the past, it was young people that filled those roles.
I had Brooke as like, all right, but so here's the problem. Instead of just opening Friday and Saturday, let's try and open as many days as we possibly can, 6 days a week, but only a couple hours each day. But like you're saying, it's very hard based on their availability to even try to do like a Monday through Thursday or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and that's why Friday and Saturday were chosen. So I mean, we've looked at a couple options, but yeah.
And if we were fully staffed with lifeguards, which is a seasonal position, it's not taking away from what staff would be doing. We're trying to get to that point. It's just that we're missing the seasonal parts of it. So all staff is doing is, to the mayor's point, is bringing back, they're the ones thinking outside the box to bring back how we can help them get to our outcome that we want.
I'm good with that explanation. The explanation I heard was, let's come back with the hours that we want and make sure staff knows the expectations. So I felt like we're throwing it on staff to be sure. You have to make sure we're open this many hours, and that's what scared me, because.
Yeah, well, that is exactly what I said. So you are correct. I mean, it's budgeting for outcomes is intended to be where you set what, the expect, and it's fine not to do it. I'm just, I don't expect folks to want to necessarily do that, but that's why we don't budget for outcomes. We just put dollars towards things and see what happens. But if it's a priority of council for the pool to be open for the residents for a period of time, then we should say, if we believe that it is the highest priority to make that happen, then we should set that as our expectation, and then whatever is required to make sacrifices in other areas is necessary, and hold that line. But that's sort of my philosophy for achieving outcomes related to lots of different things. And I'm not saying that we should do that with seasonal pool wages, but I do agree, $18, $22 an hour, if we don't have an expectation for what we're trying to achieve with that, it's unlikely to make a dent, in what we're doing. So, Councilor Forskell.
Thank you. And I don't mean to bring this late into the season. I had no idea that we weren't going to have a pool like full-time normal until probably a couple weeks ago. I guess I did. Not that you didn't tell me. I guess I didn't feel like I knew that we weren't going to have the pool open regular hours all throughout the summer. And so I know there was some issues as far as the pool being up and running. But what I don't want you to think is that I sprung this on you at the last minute. I would like to have gotten in front of this before summer even started.
I don't think it's been open since 2019 in a meaningful way. 2020 in the pandemic, it was closed, and then,
Well, yeah, we had regular
this year.
hours operation last year, but because I think maybe many people were hesitant to come out still because of COVID, it didn't get used as much, but it was
maybe
open
that was
regular
it.
hours last year.
The still storm damaged the majority of it.
Right, and they
Yeah,
opened
storm
late.
damage,
It opened
that's what
later.
it was. Yeah,
Exactly.
opening later. So yeah, it's just it's kind of like the fireworks show. It's like we're snake bit on our pool for a variety of reasons. No blame. It just is what it is. I would love to throw the kitchen sink at it to get it fixed, but my thoughts. Scott, you're just holding that microphone like you're ready to say something.
I'm going to challenge
so
everybody's
go,
thinking.
and then we need to move on. We got to keep
I'm
going.
going to challenge your thinking. So, is a pool necessary? Outdoor pool. And, before we rush to answer that, many cities are removing their pools and doing splash pads instead. Now, we have, within 45 minutes, the world's largest outdoor water park and indoor water park, north and south. We also have other options, Typhoon, Texas, et cetera. And then most of our HOAs have pools. So I drive around the city and I see a dozen or more HOA pools full during the summer without lifeguards. What I'm asking is, because we are in crazy times right now, do we need to have a crazy solution, adding 15 new staff members that we may not be able to fill, to your point, or adding additional wages to it, which may not have the solution. There are a lot of solutions around us. You mentioned the YMCA. There's just a lot of things I go back to just because of this problem that seems to be over and over and over. Cities are just changing the way they look at water sports in general and saying a splash pad could be the solution rather than a swimming pool.
I'm
A lot cheaper too.
So I'm gonna tell you right now that, no, I think the pool is really important, especially for those people that don't live in these communities that have swimming pools and don't have the dollars to go and join the YMCA. We do have a segment of our community that don't have those resources.
So on that, would it be cheaper than to provide a voucher or pass for those communities to other pools?
Well, I just think, to go back to what I was saying, if we wanted the pool to be open and fully staffed, we could solve that problem immediately. All we would have to do is tell other staff members that they must, as a part of their duties, go get certified and rotate in, and we solve the problem. The point I'm making is that it is a matter of commitment and priority for us to determine, and that we can change the outcome. We just have to want to bad enough. So when I'm saying come up with a solution and hold to that solution, if we say it's a priority, we can do it. It's just a matter of setting that expectation. And I would do anything this council wanted to support as far as making that happen, because I fundamentally agree with what you said, Mayor Pro Tem, that it is a priority and we should get it open. Just my thoughts.
Can we volunteer?
There you go.
Council member volunteer? I'll volunteer.
Seven of us right
And I
here.
just
If
told
we
Rick, I was
care,
like,
where are we
There
at?
you go. I'm there.
Oh, yeah.
I got two. Look, Dex will just need to be there.
I've considered it.
I told Brooke, both she and I can get in a lifeguard chair,
we can only have 30 people in the pool, but after 15 minutes, we're going to need a break because we legally have to rotate.
Right.
So that's why you need the 4 to 5.
I hear you. So
Again, yeah, what do we do? I mean, for me, I know it's important. I live in a subdivision that does not have a pool, and if I try to sneak into the Post Oak pool, they're going to kick me out. And so I can't do that. And there are many people like me, you know what I mean? And so as much as, yeah, we could just give them a splash pad or whatever, it's just not going to work. I don't know if there's somehow we can, well, you can't swim laps in a splash pad. And so you could try, but again, I think part of summer is swimming. And that's part of your childhood, and that's part of making memories, and that's part of a lot of cities. I'm not aware of many cities that don't have either an indoor or an outdoor. But it would be nice to have some kind of solution. We will rack our brains trying to figure it out. So
can I make a crazy motion? I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to come up with a plan to fully staff the pool and present that plan at the next council meeting.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion? I recognize that's a big challenge.
I
I
was going to say.
know where you're going with this.
So I'm
agree
good
with
with it. I'm going to say yes, but just know that staff, let us know what we can do to help, the 7 of us. Let us know what we can do to make that happen, and don't feel that we're going to think less of y'all if it doesn't happen. We're just trying to challenge y'all to try to get this done and allow us to help you as well in that process. What can we do to help that happen? And that's what the challenge is right now.
Can I get clarification? Because I think I went in the middle of it. So right now the pool is open to the public 2 days a week on Fridays and Saturdays. So the plan is to be open how many days?
What do you consider the pool being fully open at ideal levels? How many hours a week? You said 5 to 6 hours a day.
6 hours a day, 6 days a week.
Okay, that's the direction.
Okay.
To come up with a plan to accomplish that objective and bring that back. It's
Got
a challenge.
No, I mean, I know several, maybe a couple solutions, but
Okay.
it's going to be the current staff getting in the chairs. It's me getting in the chair, it's Brooke getting in the chair.
Just
so,
take
yeah.
some time and process it. See what you can come up with. This needs to be up
Okay.
and down. We're giving that direction to the city manager. The city
For the
manager
next
needs to
council
take that
meeting?
direction for the next council meeting. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right. All right, next up, agenda item 36, Grand Junction recap. Councilmember Parsley, Ellison, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Anybody want to take lead? Okay, I'll go. All right, but trust me, I'm going to open it up for you all because I know y'all have a lot of comments. So just to give the idea here, so council members Parsley, Rizzo, and myself, along with Mr. Sellers, Mr. Hendrix, Michael Kaufman from our library, and is that it? 6? Yeah, it was 6 of us. Went to Grand Junction to look at the vibrant downtown, well, the vibrant art scene and the impressive downtown. I want to change that up. There's a reason why I'm taking back the vibrant on the downtown. We'll get to that. But it is absolutely gorgeous downtown, and the art scene is just mind-blowing. What they have there, and their arts commission is incredibly impressive. And so that's why we took Mr. Kaufman from our library, because he is going to be overseeing our arts commission, as well as we have, as a council, have made a priority to revitalize our downtown, make it a pedestrian-friendly place, a community-friendly place, a family-friendly place, and things of that nature. So we learned a lot on this trip, and I'm going to certainly open it up to my colleagues and staff to give their feedback on that. There were a number of different things that we experienced there in Grand Junction, and I've already kind of given a good introduction, so I'm going to open it up to the rest of the folks that went there and let them give their comments, and I'll just kind of sit in the back and fill up any gaps.
So if you don't mind me going next, I just wanted to say that some of the creative ideas that they used in their streetscaping was to slow down some of the traffic going through their downtown area. And it was very impressive on how they did it with curvature streets, but the way they did it was in a way that it highlighted the downtown as well. It enhanced it, and that's with all their flower beds and all the different plantings, being smart about what kind of plants they were using, stuff that was friendly to the environment, that was native to the area as well. Something that really stuck out to me was how inviting it was in the area and how creative they were, even to the point where they reduced some of the parking lots. And that's something Councilmember Ellison always thinks about, is reducing some of the parking spaces here in downtown, being creative with it. And I actually now see what that could look like, and giving yourself more areas for people to congregate, more outdoor dining, more community engagement. One of the things I liked when we were down there is that they had these stations where you could go and get all kinds of information about your city, all the events that were going on, the places to eat, a little bit of everything. They actually have a paid staff member that sits out there in the corner of the one of the districts and gives out information and gives out verbal information as well, not just literature. And it went from everything from dining to things to do throughout the city. So it was pretty awesome. But something that I really enjoyed about the downtown was how it really enhanced the local businesses. The local businesses had a buy-in to it, not just with the aesthetics of the street, but also with the programming, which was the what do you call it, all the public art that was displayed in the city. Something that they did that was very creative was to get local artists to bring out their pieces and display them, and even have the option to sell them through that display. So that way the city was able to change out art periodically without having to purchase art, which I thought was very creative. And it gave an artist somewhere, not just a local artist, they actually have pieces from artists all over the country that would come out and display their art. And the city wasn't having to purchase these pieces to, display art in your area. So I thought that was really smart. Something else that I took away from the library was their programming. The library in the city had some really amazing programming, and it kind of gave us a gist of what we're probably going to need in the near future here in Kyle, and that's a larger library. But it also gave us an opportunity to see what we can do, what resources are available in a library that can sustain a growing city. The services that are needed, not just to benefit the residents, but also the businesses. They were doing a great job of bringing out a very educated workforce, not only education in Spanish to English, but also GEDs, also helping them in all aspects of their lives. So I thought that was really cool. They had different areas for in the library as well, making it very receptive towards teenagers in one area, to younger kids in another area, and then adults. So they focused on all three age groups. It was something I really enjoyed. The tour of the library was very impressive, and I think our library staff as well, Michael learned a lot from there as well, and I think he's looking at implementing some of those programs here. But I'll give Councilmember Parsley a little time to chair as well.
Thank you. So one of the things that I wanted to make a priority being on council is downtown and a remodeling of their downtown area. And so going to Grand Junction really gave me a lot of ideas. One of the things that caught my eye was that there are no franchise businesses in there. Everything is small businesses. A lot of art galleries, mom and pop restaurants, and that's something that I believe the residents are craving here in Kyle. The art in the corner was something that really, really caught my eye. It's like every corner you walk, there is a piece of art with history on it. So you're basically learning as you walk. The wide sidewalks were phenomenal. The concept that they have for the downtown, the street, it was very interesting. Not really sure that will work in Kyle, having I-35 in front of us, but it's something to consider. Now, what this really made me see is that they have a downtown board. I don't know if we have such a thing in Kyle.
So they have a merchant association and a downtown board similar to the National Main Street program, but they're not National Main Street, which was a great distinction that they made. So we do not have a board here. We could come up with one.
That's something I would like to, maybe bring up to council in a couple of months or so. How can we create, because all of these ideas we're getting from this, trip that we just took, I would like to see how we can start implementing those ideas in Kyle. Not just leave it as like, we went, we visited, we love it. Yeah. How can we just bring that to the city? Another thing that really, really struck me was the fact that they have residential on top of businesses in the downtown area. That allows for, the businesses to stay open past 9 p.m. So another thing to consider. So just getting all of these ideas of how great Grand Junction has done it with their downtown area, also with the library. I would like to see how we can come up with maybe a board for downtown or a task force for the developing of the downtown. It's something that I would like to see coming out from council.
One thing that I would add on to that is their board in particular, the one you're referring to, is the board of what's called the DDA, or the Downtown Development Authority. So they have a separate tax for the downtown area, and the merchants have to vote themselves into the DDA. And usually it's created when there's some sort of blight, vacancies, et cetera, or when they know that they need some enhancement. So they have what's called a DDA. They also have a BID, which is a business improvement district, and then they have a merchants association. So there are three kind of different groups, all meant to help the downtown. I'm guessing here our downtown is, first of all, somewhat limited in geography. Two, doesn't have a lot of underlying property tax payers. So a DDA, some sort of what kind of our equivalent would be PID, may not fly at first, but a merchant association could be assembled pretty quickly with downtown merchants.
So I just want to add a couple of things, and I certainly appreciate the comments by my colleagues. I think y'all gave a really strong feedback on what that is. And certainly I want to bring in Jerry if he has any comments as well. But one thing, just generally on these trips, if we're taking these and the idea is not to come back to implement things, whether that we've learned that we want to implement, that we, or mirror, or something that we want to stay away from that we learned. Because that's the other thing about these trips, is we learn things that we want to get away from. And the challenges. I mean, the trip to Florida, we learned about the EOCs and turning them into real operation centers. Peachtree City, the Vibe Trail has come from that. Carmel, there's been umpteen different things that we've talked about from that. So I want to just be clear, that is the goal with these, and that is why I'm supportive of them. But secondly, one thing I think we learned, and we talked about this, we had a really great recap meeting, I think that was Thursday evening. We all kind of sat around and talked about the pros and cons of different things, whether that's on-street parking. They have a challenge there, and the reason why I took back my vibrant comment on downtown is it's not really that vibrant as far as a lot of foot traffic. Now, there's some great stores, and I could have spent 2 days down there. And then Councilmember Parsley probably would have spent a lot of money down there. but they don't have a lot of residential near their downtown. It is a huge business district. So you don't have the evening traffic, the foot traffic. And even the daytime foot traffic only happens when it's the breakfast and lunchtime. There were times where we were probably the biggest group on this beautiful downtown streetscape that serpentined through the area. Cars were very slow. We got past every type of street. We never jaywalked. But we got back across the streets. There was the landscaping in the streetscape was absolutely gorgeous. It was incredible. There are some things we learned about truly the full footprint of the streetscape. There were places that were much larger and wider with play areas for children, outdoor dining, large landscaping areas, art sculptures, interactive pieces. But then there were some areas where it wasn't as conducive to walking, and we, as the 7 of us with our tour guide, it kind of got packed. So there were some pros and cons we certainly learned from that. especially with their downtown. I appreciate you bringing up the library. I completely forgot that was another, the third prong of the trip, and some opportunities with that as well. There's a difference there, though. They have county funding. There's a separate funding portion that does that, as the city manager mentioned. There are other avenues that they just have that we do not have. And even if we wanted to implement, our state and whatever doesn't allow for it. So I just want to kind of make those comments about that, that I think there are some things as we are building out our streetscape and looking to take that as well. That is something we might want to give direction on. Do we want to keep it just linear, or do we want a serpentine type landscaping? What do we want to see in that? What is important in that? So I think that happens over, not only just once we come back in some initial direction. I know one of the things, and I was pressing that staff there about it, and you all heard me, the funding that they give their arts commission. Because we're now in our budget season. I said, I want to ask this question because we're in the middle of this. This is the time to implement those things. So there may be some things that we implement now. There may be some things we implement over the budget workshop season. There may be some things that get implemented later on. But that is the goal, and I hope, every time that council takes these trips, they learn both what they want to do, what that city is telling us that they would avoid if they could do it all over again. The final thing that I want to say that I didn't hear mentioned was that riverfront property that we took the trip to. This was an incredible development down there. It was a public-private partnership development. A company called Bonsai. Yeah, that's it. Good job, Dex. They were the private partnership in this. There were others in the area, but they were the big one. They're helping to build a zip line over this man-made pond that they had from over the Colorado River that they also have down there. And it's an incredibly gorgeous project that the public entity and the private entities are working together on. And their funding was very similar, I think just in reverse, with our TERS number 2. And it was incredible. And to see what that can be like, and to see that public amenity from that same kind of financing mechanism that we're doing in TERS number 2 was incredible. And, it was one of those, I could have stayed down there all day, especially because we went there in the morning. It was really nice. In the afternoon, it felt like Texas. But it was really an eye-opening experience to not only see some things that were more mature of what we're kind of in the infancy on, and as well see the pros and cons of some of the things that they've done in their downtown and their streetscapes. But like I said, Jerry went, and I know he probably might have some feedback for us as well.
Yeah, my first impression when I got downtown and out of the car and into the hotel space looking down the street is it was just absolutely gorgeous. And the way they engineered the Serpentine Road going through downtown allowed for a lot of creative uses of landscaping and created some additional spaces for people to sit, or outdoor dining for restaurant spaces. And you could sit in the middle of the street and look down the street and only see maybe a block or half a block. So it was very pretty. The other thing that struck me almost immediately was how quiet it was. And I really enjoyed the quietness. But then I realized it was quiet because there's no people there. And like Dex said, the only time we saw people was at lunchtime. And then in the evening, there was very little foot traffic for evening dining, and there was even less for evening entertainment. I walked down the street at 9:30 both nights I was there, and it could as well have been midnight. There was very few people there. So most of the shops were outfitter related, outdoors related, because they have a huge outdoor recreation type component. So I thought there was a lack of diversity in their shops. And what Scott's always talked about is primary lure. I didn't really see a primary lure there. And they have the great waterfront, but there's no real connection from downtown to the waterfront. So lots of opportunities for improvement. The arts program was outstanding. And it didn't qualify as a primary lure. I don't know. It's kind of ancillary to why you're there. You enjoy it while you're there, but it's not going to bring people there. I thought something else I thought about today was that all the hotels were on one side of town by the convention center,
and the hotels weren't spread out a little bit through downtown to kind of bring visitors into more parts of the downtown. I thought they had plenty of parking. They even had a parking garage that was very well hidden. If they hadn't pointed out, I don't think we would have seen it. So lots of creativity and innovation on the part of the city planners. And I guess their next step is figure out how to get more people there. And I think that would be our, we have the benefit of having Austin right up the street, so we have a large population to draw from, and they don't have that. I guess the other thing is, they're bringing in a lot of really big entertainment. We just missed ZZ Top when we were there. They were bringing in Melissa Etheridge and Boss Skaggs, Ron White. So lots of big name entertainment coming through there. I thought it was a very thought-provoking experience.
Just to add a little bit more to that, the creativity of how they got people there for their events was the events calendar. They also had an interactive events calendar where community members could put events that are happening. If there's something going on in the HOA, they were able to put that on the city page. If there's going on in one of the areas throughout the city, if there was an event going on, the residents were able to put something on there. There's somebody that monitors it, make sure something crazy doesn't go on there. But I did like that part of it, seeing that events calendar, because I know when the marquee downtown, I know it wasn't a very good sight to see at marquee downtown, but one of the things that marquee did for us, it gave the community a place to put down their events at and give the public a chance to see what's going on in the area, which is great for a lot of the people. After we have an event or there's an event in the area, people say, man, I wish I would have known about that. To have a page that would allow you to put that event on there and bring it out, distribute it throughout the city would be great. And I'd like to see something like that come up forward where we could create a page like that in our city website where we could put events on there. Community members could put events on there. Say there's something going on in an HOA, we could put that down there. We're having a block party out or something. I don't know. Just thinking outside the box. I know for St. Anthony's, advertising the fiesta, because we used to do that on the marquee out there, and we lost that now. So it's been tough since then. But I thought that was great, and I actually would like to hear from Michael a little bit if he's online. I don't know if Michael's online. Is he on?
I don't think so. But
No. Okay.
we should probably let Mr. Sellers give his thoughts and then open it up to Council of One questions, because we still have 5 items and it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, my thoughts are going to be brief. One, I just hope Matt was listening when you talked about the events calendar. And what they do is they share the password. That you can also accomplish the same thing through RSS feeds. So we'll look at that in our next update. My comment more than anything is we are to a point right now with our design where we need to make some real decisions on Center Street as well as on the downtown master plan that BGK is putting together. If council recalls, they reoriented what we're considering Main Street, which are our Center Street, from east-west to north-south to follow Burleson down to Americall Hartson Park and then down Main Street for X number of blocks, let's say 2 to 3 blocks each way. So the concept that I wanted to introduce the council to was the serpentine roadway. And one thing that is limiting in Kyle, especially on Center Street, is we have an 80-foot right-of-way. They have a 100-foot right-of-way. Now, that restricts our ability to park. If council recalls, Frisco, their downtown was kind of dead as well, and they were about to start a rehab of their historic downtown area. And they said that they're going to remove on-street parking in deference to strategic parking garage locations. And then their hope was to bring wide sidewalks all the way out, 20-plus foot sidewalks on each side, probably, just an opposing travel lane. And Grand Junction, we asked the question, how important is the serpentine roadway? And they had, their main street was serpentine, and then their immediately adjacent street, which I think was Colorado Street, was not, and it was 80-foot right-of-way. And they said they would do it every time serpentine, hands down. It created traffic calming, created beautification spots, created outdoor spots for dining, et cetera. And we talked our parking issues through, and they said kind of that Frisco model they would also do if they could do it over again. And they did have a parking garage just off their main street. and had a limited number of spaces. So timing-wise, we've got several big decisions to make, and I'd like council just to be thinking about the parameters of the serpentine, whether you would like to do the serpentine, whether you'd like to bring those sidewalks out to 20 plus feet and then just do a 10-foot travel lane in each direction, like Grand Junction. I'll open the floor.
And I'd even expand on that in some of our areas where it allowed doing some raised intersections as well, because that really proved to slow people down with rise.
Tables.
So that's something I'd like to see as well.
And the other thing is it's still a state-owned roadway, but we are trying to overcome that with our bypass. But most likely we wouldn't have the designation removed for several years. So as council prioritizes their road improvements, it could be that Center Street from Veterans down just takes a back seat priority-wise until we figure out exactly what downtown should look like and behave north, south, east, west.
Councilmember Tobias.
Just real quick, because I know we got a lot to go through and we got exec still. Looks like you guys had a great trip, and a lot of information you're giving to us. Did anybody take any photos?
We actually talked about putting a slide
because
together.
all this great stuff you're talking about, Robert, and all this great stuff about serpentines and the library and the kiosks and the green space, I'd love to have seen it. I would have loved to have seen it in this presentation. So maybe the next one we do, we can show the photos so we have an idea of what it would look like, and to hear that, because it does sound exciting. It does, but I would like to have been able to I was hearing you guys and trying to visualize what it would look like. But I think they're good. They're great ideas.
I think if we would have had more time between that really short trip, and I'll tell you right now, I don't. They
We're
need
just
to
a
find
couple,
different
5 photos
word
or
for this,
something.
because it doesn't feel like a trip, because you get there so quickly and you're so pressed for time, you really don't get to take in more than you would like to, and it's tough. I mean, I know I get back really tired. I need a vacation from that work vacation.
I can commit to bring a little PowerPoint because I wanted to do it,
Yes,
didn't
thank
have
you.
the time, and I actually
That
told
way,
them.
that way the public can also
we should-
see what we're talking about as
Yes.
well and what you saw. And
So-
when we're talking about implementing this program or this sidewalk or something, at least they can have a little idea.
I commit to do that. If you guys have extra photos,
Yeah,
send that to me.
we should also, because I know a lot of us all have
Yes.
photos. We could send it. We actually talked about this, Danielle
Yes.
and I, when we, Councilmember Parsley and I talked about this when we were walking. I was like, man, it would be great if we could put together a PowerPoint, because I saw everybody taking pictures. I said, if we could just compile that, but I was like, man, we both said that's going to take some time, and we've got a whole lot going on this weekend where it's a quick turnaround to do this agenda item. So we knew that the expectation from council is to report as immediately as possible on our trips. But yeah, I'm more than happy, Danielle, Councilmember Parsley, if you're open to putting that together. I think all of us took pictures, and we'd be happy to send them over to you.
Appreciate it.
All right, anyone else? All right, next up, agenda item 37, considering possible action to host Kyle Market Days on a weekly or bi-weekly basis all year round, except when city events are taking place. Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. I wanted to bring this up because the kickoff of Market Days was phenomenal. Lots of vendors, lots of tents. I think it was really a great, exciting experience for most of the residents. I saw people really enjoying. I know it was hot, and I have to say, I appreciate what Parks and Recs did with the tent to cool down residents. That was just phenomenal. So thank you so much for doing that. Talking to some staff members, I was wondering, why don't we do this every week like most cities do? Because I feel like that will give consistency to the residents of Kyle to go to their farmers market. I don't know if we include farmers into these events and if that's a possibility. A staff member that was at the park expressed opinion and said that would be phenomenal because that would not put much of extra work on staff, because basically vendors will set up as they go every week. So is that something that city will consider, to have a weekly or maybe twice a month Market Days event? I just don't want to go to another city for a farmer's market. I would love to create that consistency with the Kyle residents and the vendors we're going to Kyle Market Days.
So it is a topic that we had brought up with the park board before, kind of pre-COVID. We talked about doing a weekly market. And at the time, it came down to weekend versus weekday. A lot of the markets, and we recently, this weekend, did a survey of 38 markets in the area. And of those, all but 3 of them are on the weekend. 3 of those markets are during the week. And the problem with doing another weekend market is pretty much all the vendors are already dedicated somewhere else on the weekend. So we talked about maybe doing a weekday market. Now, right now, our market day is an artisan market. We've also talked about maybe gearing it towards more of a farmer's market. So like a weekday farmer's market might be our best route. Definitely want to talk about it with the park board again and with staff. But if that's direction given, it's something we did discuss that we'd like to think about. Mm-hmm.
Councilor Floresca.
Would it be easier on staff to do it during the weekdays?
Absolutely, because we already work every weekend, pretty
No.
much. We work a lot of weekends, so it would be easier on the staff.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, there's nothing more I'd like to do in the middle of the week and just relax and stroll. But it would be nice to have some like legit farm food.
Right.
Like, because as much as I love our vendors, sometimes I just want to. There was one in Lockhart. There was a farmer's market in Lockhart, and they had the best plums. And so I bought like a whole bunch of plums. It'd be nice to do the same here. So yeah, I highly encourage that. That would be great.
Councilor Ellison.
So, in the sake of kind of moving things along, because I know we'd all love to talk about this, can I make a motion to give direction for the Parks Board? Because I think this is great for the Parks Board to come back to council with recommendations on additional improvements as have been discussed this evening.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Tobias to direct staff to engage the Parks Board in expanding Kyle Market Days possibilities and bring back a recommendation to the City Council. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 38, discussion and general direction regarding logistics for selection of time capsule items for Heroes Memorial Park. Got to show y'all. This is much bigger than I thought it was going to be.
It was smaller in the pictures. It's bigger in person.
I was expecting something about like this big.
Yes, me too.
So this is the time capsule. So I wanted to throw that up so that everybody would know what we're talking about here.
Can we open it?
It's pretty, it stinks on the inside.
Are we going to clean it out before?
You're welcome to, I guess. But it's fiberglass on the inside. Smells like a boat. I don't know if you've ever been to a fiberglass shop. It's like it's what motorcycle fabrication places smell like. It's pretty interesting. So the time capsule plate is going to be, and this is from the designs that we all have. I'm showing you all this because this has been something I have been focused on for more than a year. 1/4-inch bronze lid with hand-rubbed antique finish inlaid flush into the black granite, all text raised at least 1/32 of an inch. It says time capsule buried 9/11/2022, which is when our anticipated ribbon cutting is going to be on September 11th. To be open 9/11/2101, which will be the 100th anniversary of 9/11. And the entire plinth of Heroes Memorial Park is black granite. So it's special, is the idea. So all of that is great. It's great to have the idea for, hey, let's have a time capsule. Let's make it significant. Let's have it be buried on 9/11, open on the 100th anniversary. My kids will be 93 if they're still around, my oldest. So that's the idea that whatever we bury there is going to absolutely outlast all of us who would be a part of the burying, which is kind of a legacy moment. So it's something I care about a lot. But all of that is great. And then the question is, well, what do you put in there and who makes the decisions when you're dealing with a confined space? And so there's been lots of different thoughts in my head about it, and now the time has come to make some kind of decision. So I have a general proposal. I think that generally it needs to represent three things: veterans, first responders, and the city of Kyle, because those are the three different groups that are represented in the creation of and the memorial of the park. So my thought, if the council is interested, would be to have a council contingent create some kind of committee that goes out and helps to market and promote and then make the final decision on what goes in. It would be the police chief, the fire chief, the EMS chief, the AMVETS commander, the VFW commander, the communications director. I would like to be a part of that group. That was just pretty much my thought. As far as the selection group, I think that the founders all should get to have something that they get to put in there, which would be everyone whose name is on the council plaque would be able to put something in there. I think that the police department, all of the different groups that I've mentioned should have the opportunity to put something in there. But then the particular group that I'm talking about would be able to maybe go out to the schools or go out to create contests, Facebook contests, or just go out and solicit the community. Do you have something special? If you have a group that can make the decision, then you can, it's like, is it the lowest common denominator or is it the cream of the crop, kind of mentality? And I always try to go for the cream of the crop mentality, but it just requires being willing to say yes or no to things. The other option is just to say, well, the council's just gonna make the decisions for what goes in, but just logistically, I don't exactly know how we would go about doing that. So those are my proposals, and I'm open to feedback.
I guess we could start off with reaching out to the school district and seeing if there is one particular item, small enough, from each elementary, middle school, and high school in Kyle that would like to donate something of their school of that year, something small, and say it could be, this was from Chapel Middle School, this one's from Kyle Elementary, this one's from Negley, and so forth. In that sense, that signifies the education of the school part of that. I guess also getting with each member or organization, I don't know, but then again from us, we would have to choose what we would feel would signify that would need to go in there. Ironically, I have my own kind of time capsules that I've been keeping for many, many years. I do have the official actual newspaper that came out on 9/11/2001. I still have it. I even still have the printed edition that came out later on that afternoon and the next day. So I have a lot of that history still of the actual newspaper from the Statesman of 9/11. And I can see it right now. It had Round Rock Express on the front page.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thought. It's like we're the generation that was alive at 9/11.
Yes.
And even the youngest of us were around. I was a sophomore in high school, which dates me. But when this thing is opened, without doubt, no one who is present and the city of Kyle is going to be probably 300,000-400,000 people by then, and not one single person in the city will have experienced what 9/11 was. Assuming our humanity continues to develop in that way.
So I guess we could look at it in that aspect if we were to reach out to some of the schools themselves and what symbolizes 9/11 for them, and then have them donate a small little token of some sort. That's just a suggestion.
Councilor Ellison.
So I like the idea. I actually love your proposal and all the groups that you proposed. I think that's fantastic. I think Councilmember Tobias adds a great addition to that to get all the schools. I kind of think of that, at that date that you mentioned, maybe some of those schools will not exist at that time, just because that's what sometimes happens. So it's kind of marking that time in our history that all these schools are a part of it. So I love adding that piece to it, but I think all the entities that you just mentioned very much for it. I would like for us to propose that process. I think to me, it makes all the sense in the world. So I think you mentioned, obviously, the first responders representatives. You mentioned the veteran representatives in our community between VFW and MVETS. You mentioned, what was the other?
Rachel, and then actually I forgot to mention, but Jerry would be the other one.
Yes,
as well.
absolutely. Those staff liaisons that are pertinent, so communications department, Jerry Hendrix. Who else did you mention?
So AMBET's commander, VFW commander, Chief
Police
Taylor,
chief,
police chief, and EMS.
EMS. Those staff members. I know you mentioned being on it as well, which I support that. I would, similar to kind of how we do the task force. I love the idea, really. I know not similar. Calm down. Good night. Can't have an idea up here. Similar to that of going out, what you were saying, and kind of getting that feedback from those various different entities, as Councilmember Tobias mentioned, going to the schools, using social media or other different contests to try to find the cream of the crop of all those ideas. Because what's going to happen as soon as people find out about this and we start promoting it, everybody and their mother's going to have an idea.
Correct.
And so we need a group that will be the yes and no and make the tough decisions. That's what you're getting at. That's what I'm saying is task force-like, to kind of just wade through that. Certainly bringing back those recommendations to council, that's fine, and all that stuff too, if we want to do that. But I like this idea. So I'm going to motion to approve that, or make a motion that all the parties that we just mentioned, do I have to mention those again, are a part of that, and I think we should probably add at least another council member or two to that body if anybody's burning to be on that. I would like to, but I will gladly take a step back if there are two others that really, really want to be on it.
Well, I actually would think that you, if we were going to add two, it would be my suggestion that it would be you and Mayor Pro Tem, because of being a part of this project from the beginning. So that was my thought from the beginning if someone else wanted, but that's my suggestion. It's not intended to make any kind of statements, but I just feel like that, this project is nearly finished and it's backwards facing, you've been there from the beginning on it. So I don't know if Mayor Pro Tem wants to be.
That was a motion, so.
Well, you said if a couple council, you kind of.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So
I'm trying to help you with that if there's a.
To add to that motion that on top of Mayor being on that, Rizzo and myself being on that as well.
Second.
All right, the motion's made by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we establish an ad hoc committee with the task from, with the, direction of council to figure out what goes in the time capsule and to be a part of the promotion of that. And the members of that committee would be Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, Councilmember Ellison, Mayor Rachel Saulnier, Jerry Hendrix from the city, as well as the fire chief, police chief, EMS chief, AMVETS commander, and BFW commander. Is there a discussion on that motion? All those in favor say, Councilmember Flushka.
All right, so did we decide on a year? Because I'm not sure I'm too keen on going back to 2021. I understand the reason why, because they want to align it with, the 9/11. But to me, I feel like a time capsule is supposed to be for that day. And it might be a little bit tedious and a lot of work for people to go back a year and figure out what it is that they want to put in there. So the time for me is kind of an issue. And then it's my personal opinion, and I'm sure a lot of people on here will not agree, but I'd like to keep it non-political. Just because there's a lot of councils that have gone through. But I also think it'll keep it a little bit more simple. And the information should be about the city and the state and the world as it is, that day or that week, as opposed to being this big grand thing that's about everybody else, but really it's supposed to just be about the state of society at that time. So those are the two things I'd like to see just a little bit different, but I know I am the minority.
Well, I guess political, what are you saying for us to avoid? Because I'm.
Well, I know it's like, okay, well, everybody's gonna be, the names are gonna be on the memorial, correct, for the council members?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then I wondered, does it need to be on there, and then do they need to be involved in the council too? Like, is that
Well,
what you guys are?
it'd be up for the committee to determine who puts what. They would be the ones who would determine. I felt like founders would have something to want to put in. I also thought like Nudge Design might have something they want to put in. Just different people who were involved would be allowed to put one item in the time capsule.
When you say it's up to the committee, that's up to the committee to bring back to council?
Correct.
Because that's my fear is like, this is gonna be like a merry-go-round with everything that happened with the Public Safety Center and just how certain people were super involved and other people didn't have very much insight of what was going on. I don't want that to be this. I love the idea of the time capsule. I love if you guys feel the need to have a task force, then that's understandable, but
Not a
the
task
goal of whatever group you guys wanna call it, it should be to bring it back to council so you get everybody's input and then we move forward. Now, I'm not saying council needs to decide on all 30 different kind of ideas that you guys have, but if the group of people can narrow it down to like 4 and then bring it back and then we can decide collectively, I think that would be a little bit better than you guys deciding and then everybody else has to just go along with it.
Well, it's a large group that's making a decision. It's not an individual who's making those decisions. We're saying that it's probably not the council who's the best determiner because the city portion is only a third of what we're saying is sort of the goal here. So there's the VFW and then there's the first responders and they pretty much kind of have a third of it. And we're all coming up with different items and there's discussion about size. There's lots of different things elements to try to work through. And at the end of the day, you're not waiting and waiting and waiting till the last day and everyone shows up and puts their stuff in. They have to come in and you have to like put it together like a jigsaw is how I see it in my head. Like there's just a lot to it. And that's just not a this body, these meetings is not the time for us to make all of those.
So maybe a good medium would be whatever council wants to stick in there, they bring it back to council, and then we can discuss it. But the things that other people want to stick in there, that's up to them. Because what you're saying is, you guys, there's 3 of you guys that want to decide what was in there, but 3 is not the majority. So I don't think it's necessarily fair that 3 people are going to make decisions based on a minority of the council.
I don't think that's what he's getting at. We're involving different city groups, city individuals to be part of this. And you have the 3 people that, yes, are on council to be part of that area. And again, it's a collaboration, Ms. Forscale. It's of finding these pieces to where we can memorialize, yes, right here in the history, but also to where this would be opened many, many years from now. And again, just coming up with a suggestion of all the schools, coming up with seeing if they would be interested. So I don't think it's a matter of like, okay, let's all come back and let's take a vote. No, I don't want to have this in here. No, I don't want to have that. No, I don't want to have this.
Okay, maybe, okay, let me clarify, because I don't think you
So
understand what I was.
is that what you're getting at, to saying like, I want to have a say to say, well, I don't approve of having that in there. I don't like this one, and I don't think that needs to be there. Because, I don't think that's the whole concept of what it is.
That's not the concept I'm trying to push either. If you listen to what I said was, what I would like to see is those groups can do whatever they want. I understand that. But when it comes to the group of council and what they're going to decide to put in there, the 3 people that are on the council group, they could at least bring it back to council so we can all collectively decide what council sticks in there, but we don't have to decide what the schools or any other groups stick in there.
And that's why he made the suggestion that each one of us, if we choose to, can have an item, if we choose to add in there. It's again, it's
Okay,
just.
I guess I didn't hear that part.
It was just a suggestion saying that here's the task force for this, and if we decide to, each individual want to add something, or, again, just throwing it out there, the suggestions.
I already know what I want to add, and it's paper. It's a speech. So I want to write a speech. So that's going to be like a,
Oh,
so,
okay,
like,
then maybe a misunderstanding, because what was going on was the three people were going to decide what council sticks in there. But
No,
if you're telling
each
me,
council
okay,
member, like, it's like, what do you want to bring in? Because you're a founder, so what is your item?
You want to add this
Okay,
pin
so-
and have your
The
name
three
on
of
it, you
us,
put
we're
it in there.
responsible for the entire thing and coming up with that
understood.
plan
Okay, so
for
what
how
I
to bring it
thought,
together.
what I thought it was you guys were going to decide what council would stick in there.
No.
So obvious miscommunication.
You're good.
So I'm glad I picked up on that.
Right,
So
I don't
I'm
really
okay
think
with
that
then.
we, and maybe we would have rules about the size that
Yeah, I
it
was
can
gonna
be.
say, we need to have rules
Like
on
you can't,
size.
I have thoughts of funny things I want to put in there, but they're too big, right? And so like you have to consider, and so our job is to make sure that everyone's considering each other like, sorry, that's too big, and it's not just the three of us who would decide that, it's the entire committee that we've put together who would be deciding that. Hopefully you got to have some kind of way of narrowing down and making these decisions and doing them in a sort of a timely manner. Otherwise September 11th will come and we just won't be even close to having a really great time, because the point is like in 2101 for when they open, it's just full of awesome stuff, as opposed to we didn't really put a lot of thought into this. And that's my fear, is that we won't put the appropriate amount of thought into making sure that it's just great when they finally do open, and we won't know whether it's great.
Okay, well, I apologize for my misunderstanding.
All right.
Keep in mind, none of us are going to be alive then.
Yeah, we're all gone.
We're all
Unless
dead.
We're goners.
They figure out some way to cryo freeze us, but other than that,
All right.
I think it's going to be a fun project.
Further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 40, discussion and possible action regarding the creation of a city auditor position under financial department. Councilmember Flourskill.
All right, thank you. For some elected officials, success looks like growth and economic development. For others, it may be just to survive their term without aging 20 years. But for me, it's to be able to leave the city in a better, self-sustaining position than when I found it. One of the reoccurring patterns I saw in my research to make Kyle a more self-sustaining city was a city auditor. City auditors are used to examine city operations to help identify opportunities to reduce costs and increase efficiency, as well as to help create a more equitable city by performing audits and analyzing information within the city workplace and for the residents of the city. In my backup material, I listed several performance audit links to information for those audits, and as well as provide information on other cities which have both a finance director and an auditor. Some will say this item could be brought up during the budget meetings, which I will not disagree. However, I believe more residents watch our city council meetings, and as always, it is my goal to obtain as much feedback from residents as possible. To be clear, I am not looking for an auditor to replace outside audits, but to obtain and analyze the city's information which we can utilize to grow a better Kyle. And I yield the floor for discussion.
All right, is there discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, definitely. Glad you brought this forward so that way you can get your thoughts across to the residents. I do hope that our hope is to bring this back during budget, because I know several council members will probably be vying for positions that they feel are important to the city. So having this discussion during the regular budget meeting is going to be something I look forward to. So I hope you're amenable to bringing that back then, because for me, I already have a list of departments I think we need to fill and positions we need to fill as well. So if we do it during that time, I'd really appreciate it.
That's my opinion as well. Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. So initially, when I read the item and it talked about having a city auditor, of course, I immediately thought about, how that's going to become an issue, since we should be having a third-party auditor do the audits for the city. But I don't think I have ever heard of this position of somebody that will analyze diversity and workplace climate. I don't know if that falls below, HR. Same for the employees' workforce diversity and salary trends, road paving. So I don't know how one person can do an audit to analyze that all of that is taking place, and if that will be the name of that position. I have not heard of that. So is there such a thing?
Yes, so all these came from the links below.
Okay.
So, and it was specific to the city auditor. So, and that's why I wanted to give examples, to give you guys time to go back and look and research and really understand what it is a city auditor would do. I think Kyle is growing so fast, and in order to develop equally on both sides, an auditor could come in and tell us what we're lacking on one side or what we're lacking on another side. They could also come in and tell us what we could do to be a better employer, or what we can offer. And it doesn't necessarily have to be financial. It could also be benefits that we can offer. It's really just a breakdown and analysis of numbers. And that's something I don't want to put on any one staff that we currently have. And that's why a lot of cities do have auditors. I know the city of city of Austin has one, Bryan has one, Lake City has one. And I tried to put cities in there that had comparable population or a population that we might build out to be.
Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Tobias.
If this is a personnel issue, correct? Mr. Sellers, how do you feel about this position here if we decide to talk about it during budget season? Would it be something that you would want to consider or feel not at this time?
Well, this position is typically independent, right? So this would be a position of council, not reporting to the finance director or to myself.
Okay.
So completely independent. Whether the council feels like we need an on-staff auditor, we do have a current third-party auditor that does an annual financial audit. We don't have any auditor to do forensic audits, but we can also utilize our third-party auditor for that purpose. So it'd really be to understand the scope of this position, and that would be up to the council to understand. But it would not be a position that, from a city manager perspective, that I would utilize.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
No, that's fine.
All right, if there's nothing else, I want to move on.
Thank you.
All right, next up, agenda item 41, discussion and possible action regarding all city policies to include the process of keeping council updated on any policy changes in order to comply with section 4.03B of the city's charter.
All right, thank you. Policies are created and implemented to maintain consistency and equality throughout the city. Section 4.03B of the city's charter requires city council to ensure enforcement of the provisions of the charter and the ordinances of the city and compliance with policies and resolutions. Since it's the responsibility of council to enforce compliance with all city policies, no policies should be created or enforced without the knowledge of the council. I have not been provided or seen any policy regarding staff attendance during council meetings being dependent on their name being placed on the agenda. The absence of city directors during our council meetings, which is a change in prior expectations, can have a major effect on decisions made by council. Nor have I seen a policy outlining what the information is required to provide to the city manager after a staff/council meeting. If the city would like to enforce either of the above-mentioned currently enforced policies, the city will need to create such policies and present them to council to make aware and, if needed, review or revise any policies. This is to protect the employees, the city, and all parties involved. This procedure is not and should not be limited to what I just discussed. The requirement extends to all policies the city enforces. Also, I'm not trying to say I disagree with these policies. I think for consistency throughout the city, that if we are going to enforce any kind of policies, that it should be somehow codified or in writing. Thank you. I yield the floor to discussion.
Is there any discussion on the item?
No. I mean, I would like to see these if that's these policies that I just spoke about, if they are going to be policies, I would like to see them, and for the staff to have consistency and know exactly what it is that the city manager expects from them, at least written down. It makes it hard to enforce or to know what it is that we're doing or we're enforcing as council if it's not written down in some way.
All right, does anybody want to give feedback on that?
or have questions. Jeez.
I guess for me, is it just policies that the city manager comes up with, or?
See, so there's really no internal, like, manager policies. The city doesn't have that kind of luxury. It's not a business. So anytime there's, a policy or a rule, which has changed or becomes new, that I feel like, as a council member, I need to know about that. And I'd like to see it in writing and discussed to us. Usually I just find these out through procedure. Like if I have a meeting, they say, okay, I need a recap. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I've never done that. And I'm not saying I disagree with it at all. I think our city manager should be updated and involved in all the meetings we have. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we should have a policy outlining for the employees what it is that's expected of them after every meeting. Or policy for.
The council should have a policy?
No. The city should have a policy, right? So if it's expected that they are supposed to write, like a debriefing, then there should be some kind of explanation of what that debriefing should consist of, just to eliminate any kind of discriminatory issues in the future, because maybe what one thinks they're supposed to do is not the same as what another thinks they're supposed to do.
Right, but it's not if you're trying to say that policies have to be created in order for direction to be given or changed, I don't see how that is gonna be an appropriate thing. It's just, it sounds to me like what you're saying is that you're wanting the city manager not to be able to make changes in
No, quite the opposite.
rules.
I want to know what those changes are, so I can be in the loop. Because if
Yeah.
something along the way goes, for example, if staff is no longer, directors are no longer required to be at the meetings, I would like to know that, so I can at least request for them to be here. At the last meeting, I didn't realize that was a thing.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so-
I think that's kind of the bottom line of it right there. So,
Is to what, be in the loop? So, I mean,
yeah, it's not a requirement that the city manager inform you if the city manager tells someone gives direction for someone to be at the meeting or not at the meeting.
So then what constitutes, I guess, where is a line drawn between direction and a policy? So if they don't do it and it's a policy, there's, a consequence.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, Councilor.
So for me, I guess this goes along the line of, obviously you're bringing up a very specific time. Exactly what I was alluding to when I last talked about that. At the end of the day, I'm not interested in micromanaging the city manager staff. That is, respect, please, thank you. At the end of the day, the city manager is the only one accountable to us. So if there is information that we want to get, and if a director is not here to answer that question, that's on the city manager to be prepared to answer that or not. And if he fails to answer that because he doesn't have his general here, that's on him. Because ultimately, the answer is from here, our one staff member. So, sometimes there are disagreements between the generals and the CEO of our city. But ultimately, he's the one that makes that decision. That happens in the course of every business. So, I heard last council meeting about folks being concerned about micromanaging and all this stuff. This is exactly what I feel like that is. We have one person that is responsible to us and what we want to see the outcomes of. If he needs his generals here or not to do that, that is on him. That is ultimately his responsibility. I don't want to get into the nuance of creating policy or directing that we must know every time the city manager makes a decision on his staff. At the end of the day, I'm outcome oriented. I want to make sure that whatever outcome this council, the majority of this council, directs, they get that from our city manager. That's the only thing I think we should be concerned with. Everything else that happens between them, that is his decision to either pass or fail that. Just be careful, council. I think, I get we want information. I get we want as much data and analysis as we can get and every little thing. But ultimately, the only position that's accountable to us to get it right is that one. So let's just stick with that. And if that position, you can laugh all you want, but a little professionalism here, okay? That is That is the course in which this body is created, and the chain of command and all of that. It just blows my mind that we want to continue to nuance into every little position and every little decision that the city manager makes. At the end of the day, I want the city manager to be accountable to us and what our outcomes and direction are. And sometimes we do give very specific direction on how to do that, but most times I think we should give broad direction on him being able to accomplish what we want as an outcome for our city. That is why we are council.
I'm sorry you feel that way. This was not about micromanaging. This was about compliance with policies. So this has nothing to do with like managing staff, or this has to do with, at the end of the day, if there is a complaint with staff, for whatever reason, staff complains because, or quits or gets fired, and there was a policy that they did not follow, that council has to go back and make sure that it was being enforced and it was in compliance. If I do not know about it, how am I expected to take any action? So again, I apologize if you think this was micromanaging the manager. It has nothing to do with that. It was more about knowing what our policies are so I can do my job as a council member.
All right, does anybody have anything that they want to continue to add to this discussion before we go to executive session? All right, executive session, I'll read it out. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, Southwest Water Company negotiation; possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072, right-of-way acquisition, Veterans Drive property acquisition; convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087, Texas Government Code, to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more of the business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city project on the tracks.